Everybody look at me now. Everybody look at me. If you're looking at yourself, then you ain't looking at me. Hey, look at me. Everybody look at me now. Everybody look at me now. Everybody look at me. If you're looking at yourself,
keep your eyes focused on me and watch me do whatever they don't do, and they never gonna do, cause all they do is watch me do what I do, and you already know what I'ma do. I'ma get more greedy than can I'm do. Never owe nobody whatever amount do. If you wanna do, then that's what we gonna do. When it come to the proof, whatever they won't do, and yes I do. Gotta stay clean every day. Interviews for all of the songs I done made. In the news with my eyes behind shades, it don't really matter cause they recognize a nigga face anyway. Anytime you need to replace, turn up my song, I turn up your place, and you can't go wrong when I'm in my zone. In your spot when I'm on that stage, look at me, keep their eyes on me, read me just like a book. They see that I'm everything that I say I do in here. When a nigga see me 99.9, let me so low, no point one time. If you can't see that, then you must be blind.
If you've been looking for me, baby, I ain't hard to find. I've been on somebody's block, trying hard to shine. I've been hustling on, struggled hard for mine. When I picked up that pen and decided to rhyme, hey, look at me. Everybody look at me now. Everybody look at me now. Everybody look at me. If you're looking at yourself, then you ain't looking at me. They look at me. Everybody look at me now. Everybody look at me now. Everybody look at me. If you're looking at yourself,
keep your eyes focused on me, cause I'm gonna say whatever they don't say. And they ain't never gonna say, cause all they say is everything that I say. And you already know what I'ma say that thing, a toast with no tape. When it come to being great, it makes it okay. I'ma eat though I ate everything on my plate. You can see, look at me, you can't, then it's okay. Yeah, you can tell by the smell. Tell why you hot as hell when that nigga burnt up. Nigga say I'm turned up cause it's my time. Put the stake on my back, see how high I climb. I didn't break at the bank. You bust my line, you can relate this advantage. You can't sit down cause I'm just shine. You can see me out of my grind. If you was looking for a nigga, I ain't hard to find. Just gotta look. And you keep your eyes on me, read me just like a book. Good, see, then I'm everything that I say I do in here. When a nigga see me 99.9, I'll be so low, no point one time. If you can't see that, then you must be blind.
if you've been looking for me, baby, I ain't hard to find. I've been on somebody's block, trying hard to shine. I've been hustling on, struggled hard for mine. When I picked up that pen and decided to rhyme, hey, look at me. Everybody look at me now. Everybody look at me now. Everybody look at me. If you're looking at yourself, then you ain't looking at me. They look at me. Everybody look at me now. Everybody look at me now. Everybody look at me. If you're looking at yourself.
Rappers, that's the definition of a nigga like me. And I don't care if you don't like me, but that's good. Call me T-A-Y, whatever. I ain't tripping on you niggas, man. Say whatever, I'm good. Like good, and I'm going on good. When she got it, she say I look good. Talk a lot of money that you promise like, yeah, what they talking about? Nigga, I'm good. I'm good, nigga, I'm good. Tell 'em I'm good, nigga, I'm good. Yelling, I'm good. I don't care what they talking about. Just give me a mic and I cut these niggas open like canned goods. They ass up like everything in the can good. I like to bluff, you don't know if my hand good. Niggas talking tough like they don't know that my hand's good. Driving like a pilot but don't know how to land good. Falling like a horse before they learn how to stand good. I've never been to jail hell, I know how to plan good. My whole team get rings even if they ain't playing good. People follow me like everything that I'm saying good. I hang with OTG like I don't understand good. I hit you in the cheek, cause they say that your shit is good. Every time that I swing, I'm a chose that it land good. I've never been a farmer, so I don't know if my land good. But it gotta be cause when I got my hand good. Yeah, I know that AC, even though the fan good. Boy, I stay in Texas, it's hot in the hood, but I'm good. That's the definition Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord that I wake again. I wake again. I pray the Lord that Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord that I wake again. I wake again. I pray the Lord that Cause I've been working in the kitchen with the dirt on my hand. God tell me why nobody love me but you. Going inside the belly with the gun in my hand. Ain't no time for pity. Got some in the kitchen with the dirt. Working in the kitchen with the dirt in my hand. God tell me why nobody love me but you. Going inside the belly with the gun in my hand. Ain't no time for pity. Got some thugging to do. I've been working and writing and working some more. Searching for truth, and truthfully I'm hurting to know. While many and millions live where the murderers go. On the daily dealing with what you never heard of before. See, I got motives of moving my mama plenty of miles. Send me the paper before you need to send me the files. I don't kick it with cause they energy wild. You by association like the enemy's child. I'm wondering really where they gather to go. They hate to see you win and they be glad when you fall. That's why I came with shooters never passing the ball. Who would toe tag them and everybody tagging along. See, it's a tragedy, really had to be silly to try. I can show you the way, but is you willing to fly? I'm breaking down the layers, I be feeling your pride till I get to the dead center where the feelings reside. Look at my.
All right. Welcome to Paradigm Shift TV 314. This is your brother, DMG the Poet, aka Brother Pianki. We got another great show for you with a powerful guest. Before we get into our spiel, let me do my usual greeting. Let me say hotep to my Kemetic brothers and sisters. Let me say God bless to my Christian brothers and sisters. Let me say shalom to my Israelite brothers and sisters. Let me say assalamu alaikum to my brothers and sisters in the NOI. Let me say Islam to my Moorish brothers and sisters. Let me say peace to my brothers and sisters in the nation of God's and earth, them 5 percenters. Let me say what's up to all my atheist brothers and sisters out there. And I ain't figured out what to say to my elbow brothers and sisters, but I'll come up with something. In the meantime, let me say jumbo to the rest of my brothers and sisters throughout the African diaspora, be it here in the wilderness of the United States of America or beyond. Y'all know I say that greeting for one reason and one reason only. It's because if you black, I'm with you, and I hope that you're with me. Our different ideologies should not keep us from uniting, and we can't have unity without uniformity. That being said, brother, please introduce yourself to the Paradigm Shift TV 314 audience.
What's going on, family? I am Elisha Taylor Jr. I call myself Eli. It's kind of easier for other people. And DFG, I just found out what the Abo or Ebo, or I guess it meant for original. And I guess we could probably either say Halito to them or Osio to some of them as far as agreeing. But yeah, this is ex-Pastor Eli on YouTube. I'm known as Public Enemy Preacher. That was actually given to me by one of the parishioners at the time when I was in the church, because I was going against stuff even in the church, they traditions. And one of the members was like, man, you out here like Public Enemy, just, fighting the power. And I was, and I'm still going to do that. That's just in my blood, bro.
Yeah. And I see my sister Neo X. She gonna be the first person I bring in. She said she been wanting to chop it up with you for a minute. So yeah, I think y'all in the same area. Powerful sister. So been waiting to have her on for a minute too. So and you see our brother Reverend Dollar B. Green in the building.
Boys, what up, man? That dude right there, that's my dude right there, man.
That's my guy, man. That's my guy. And then we got our brother Walter. So the Christian philosopher, as I call him. But I just found out Walter a baby. He said he's 37 years old. I'm 45. I didn't know Walter was that much of a baby. So he got that old man wisdom. So I thought he was around my age. He'd be hitting me up, talking to me like I'm the little brother.
Yeah.
MVP Chris Harris in the building. So yeah, man, I wanted to chop it up with you as soon as Andre told me about you, and then I listened to some of your videos. We got Captain K in the building, ISUPK St. Louis. Shalom to my brother.
What's up, man?
But yeah, I wanted to chop it up with you as soon as he told me about you, and then I seen some of your videos. I was like,
Oh man, this brother go hard. So let me ask you, because I know you're an ex-pastor. Is it pastor or minister?
Well, in the churches of Christ, it's commonly called minister. They kind of stay away from the pastor thing because what they consider denominations call themselves. Because in Church of Christ, they're the only one true church. In recent years, though, they're getting back to pastor with the recognition that the Bible is teaching that the man of God actually has to do some pastoring. So you will find that a lot of them, as of recently, will call themselves pastor. I just say pastor because that's what most of the world is familiar with, the head guy at the church. And that's what I actually did. I wasn't a youth pastor. I've done that work before, but people look at me because of my age and they think, well, he must have been under the pastor. No, I was the guy.
Gotcha. Okay. And yeah, I know it's that situation I was telling you about that got a little out of sorts. Started out because of a conversation I was having about denominations, and
Okay.
so I know how it can be with the different denominations and the different rules and whatnot. So, with that being said, peace to my brother Sabiel too. Did you come up a Christian, or was that something you got into later in life?
So my mom was Christian. She didn't always go to church, but she had gotten away from the churches of Christ. She grew up in it, and something got said by a very popular minister, and a lot of my family still goes there. And it kind of turned her off when she was a little girl. So she started visiting churches, and my mom is into a lot of things. We could talk about how would I say this? She's seen some stuff happen. We talk about roots and stuff in the South and coming, voodoo and stuff like that. Something supposedly happened to my mom. But anyway, so we didn't go to church regularly. It wasn't until I moved with my grandmother when I was about 14 years old, and grandma went to church, and I got introduced to the churches of Christ. And I was baptized at 15 years old. But I did that. Somebody recently asked me, I did a live, like, why did I come to the church? How did I become a Christian? Well, I already came believing the Bible was correct. I had no reason to believe it wasn't. We didn't have the internet back then. I'm 40 years old. So when I was 15, wasn't no such thing, as an internet. And I believed the Bible was correct. So once the minister showed me that the Bible says there's one church, I went ahead and got baptized in the churches of Christ.
Okay. Yeah, and you mentioned that your mom was into a lot of different things. My mother, at one point, she was into the Jehovah's Witnesses, due to a cousin of ours introducing her to that. Then a boyfriend got her into the Nation of Islam. So we went from going to the Kingdom Hall, and me and my sister in there pissed off because they talking about no birthday, Christmas. I'm like, then we go to the mosque and they on the same thing. I'm like, man, what in the world?
Wow, I didn't know that.
I'm talking about bro man got us eating sizzling bacon and bean pie, wearing kufis, but my grandmother was still slipping us that pork.
Wow.
But
yeah.
she ended up transitioning back to a church, and by that time I was jaded on the whole organized religion thing. But we'll get into that another time. I think I'm gonna come over to your joint and get interviewed too. But
yeah, man. I wanted to say I remember being in like third grade. I think some Mormons recruited my mom and went to this little meeting. And not against anybody. I'm just saying what it was. It was some white folk, and I remember I actually had fun with them. But then we stopped going. I was like, "Well, Mom, what's up? We not going." And then she said to me, I don't know if she knew this would stick with me forever. She said to me, "Them people believe that black people curse," and she ain't go back. And now that was the end of that.
That's hey, shout out to your mama for knowing the truth on that though. So I respect it. that being said, so you got baptized, and
Yeah.
once you got baptized, how quickly did you ascend to the ministry work?
Well, it wasn't exactly linear. So I got baptized, and I'm trying to live right. I'm in high school at that time, probably like ninth grade or early 10th grade, something like that. I went to school. I stopped cussing. My friends was like, "Oh, he ain't cussing and stuff no more." No, I was trying to do it right. I eventually, fell by the wayside and all that kind of stuff. And my I had to move back. I was in a county called Martin County, real rural in Florida, but I was from the Miami area, the north Miami, Fort Lauderdale area. I ended up having to move back, and I fell back in the street life at that time. And so around the age of about 17, I witnessed some murder. Things weren't going well at home. And so I just packed my stuff up and moved to Tallahassee where my grandma was then by that time. And started, all I knew, I didn't know anybody in Tallahassee. I got into the Church of Christ that was there, and people was treating me good, man. I had some male role models, real good to me. I didn't go through the traditional high school route. They kind of encouraged me. I took a GED and did well. And I went off to Southwestern Christian College in Texas after graduating with my GED about a semester early because I was class of 2000, but I graduated in
Shout out to a fellow GED recipient who went to
yeah. And man, so after that, I went to Southwestern Christian College from 2000 to 2002. Got my degree out there. Um, I went to Morehouse for a little while, and then I backed up off of that and went to the military. I did the reserves. I ended up graduating with a bachelor's in criminal justice from FAMU with a minor in religious studies. And all during that time, I was working with the church, and I ended up taking over a congregation in Daytona Beach, Florida, in 2010. And ever since 2010, I had been the head pastor at wherever I served. So that's kind of how that went. In a nutshell, that's how it went.
Okay. And so, as a high schooler, you say you kind of strayed back into the
Yeah. Oh, I strayed, boy, for real.
street life. So, once you got serious about being a Christian, how long was it before you got into ministry?
Well, when I went to Tallahassee and they were working with me, I was serious. I even messed up after that, but I still was serious. This is about 1999. I moved to Tallahassee. I was in Texas by January of 2000, that semester. And I was going hard with it, man. Every since then. I ended up having a child out of wedlock in like 2002, and a lot of them told me I couldn't preach anymore. People I was going to school with, but then there were those who was very encouraging. They was like, "Nah, man, that ain't true." So at that time I was like, "Man, nah, I'll just take my education. I'll stay in the church. I'll just be a good guy. I ain't gonna worry about preaching." But I was always, deep in the church helping them. But then when I got back home to Tallahassee, they was like, "No, you ain't got to believe that. Just work with the church here." And I was doing it, man. I remember before probably 2009, 2008 at my congregation in Tallahassee, I had studied the evangelism system. We didn't really have that many baptisms. We weren't bringing a lot of people into the church there in Tallahassee, but I studied this system. The minister actually lives here in Jacksonville. He was real popular in the Churches of Christ for doing just that, growing churches. So I studied the VHS tape, and I think I must have baptized 20 or more people alone just in classes I was holding within less than 30 days. And that church at that time wouldn't baptize 20 people in 2, 3, 4 years, and then so I kind of got people on fire for doing that, and the church was growing. The minister, and I respect him wholeheartedly, he ordained me, but he was getting older, and so we kind of had a little bit of a battle because some people wanted to see me become the new preacher, but he had some elders under him in the Churches of Christ. The elders are like they call bishops. but then you have the minister. So one of the bishops or the elder was his son at the time, and there was a battle going on there. Me and him good now, but there was a battle at the time, just full disclosure. And leaders say it didn't work out for any of neither one of us got picked to be the minister at that time. But I was serious about it, man. Like no nothing else. Like, I would die for this. I said that a number of times in the pulpit. I would hold up my Bible. This right here is the unadulterated word of God, and I would preach it, man, and I would be so deep into it. I have tears coming down my eyes by the end of my sermon every now and then because I meant it. I meant it. When that's why I get so offended when people say, "Oh, you weren't really agree." You man, look.
Yeah, don't they hit you with that? You must have not.
Man, come on, man. Man, look, I would have been the first one, bro. If they would have came in there and say, we gonna spray your church or you gonna give up your bro, I would have been the first one gave up my life for my people. First one, like no doubt, without hesitation. Without hesitation.
Yeah, so. Man, they kill me when they say you must have not really been a Christian. So you like you really gonna tell me what I believe? Okay, whatever.
They still doing that to me on Facebook, man. And I went and found a text. I did it a few minutes ago. It's in Jeremiah 17:10, where supposedly Jehovah says, "I, the Lord, try the reins of the heart." In other words, He's the one testing a man's heart. People can't know your heart. You know, they can only know what you tell them. And it trips me out when I have these Christians that say they believe in the book, and that's my tactic. I take their own weapon and turn it against them. Because they'll sit there and say, "Oh, well, you weren't this." Well, how you know? The God you serve tell you can't know my mind. You know what I'm saying? So my work speak for me. I mean, there's some stuff on YouTube with me preaching and stuff, but I mean, that's just foolish to me.
Yeah, it's. I call it Christian arrogance, man. It's like, and it's multi-layered because one, you say just because I don't believe what you believe, I mustn't have never believed it. Despite not knowing nothing about me and my journey, I must have not believed it. But then they know everything. I ain't never met a group of people that no matter what, they got the answer. Like I don't. Hey man, I don't care what you say. They got the answer. Like world hunger. It's a Christian with the answer for it, bro. I guarantee you, it's gonna be a Christian one day who say to me or you or Dre or Neo or somebody, if everybody just believed what we believe, it wouldn't be no world hunger.
Okay, before we even go to them, how about that was my reasoning when I was in the church. I remember trying to teach a Bible class to a young man here in Jacksonville, and that was one of the things he brought up. And I was trying to tell him, you know, about the truth. It's only supposed to be one church. It ain't supposed to be all these churches out here. That's what churches of Christ teach. And I believe that they can prove that when you in the Bible. However, he was like, "But you got all this going on, murder, everybody hungry." And I was like, "Listen, young brother, see, that's the thing. If everybody was doing the one thing that God wanted them to do, we wouldn't have that." That's what I was saying. We have the world peace, everybody eat, everybody be good. That's what I was saying too at the time.
Hey, that was the question that got me in that kerfuffle I was referencing to you yesterday. I said, with all of these denominations, which one got it right? And so I was told God not coming back for a denomination, He coming back for a church. I said, yeah, but all the denominations they don't agree with each other. They agree on some, you know, fundamental topics, right? But behaviors, different rules and regulations they don't agree on. So which one has it right? Because somebody ain't got it. And if you ain't got it the way you're supposed to have it, ain't you in violation? Because it's only one path and one way to be. But and that started a whole. Well, you don't believe it anyway. This ain't got nothing to do with what I believe. I'm asking a question on which denomination. Me believing it is irrelevant to the question I'm asking. I'm asking which denomination got it right. What my belief in it got to do with the question? I don't believe in. I don't believe that the sky is green. But if I ask you what color it is, I just expect you to give me an answer. Well, but what you bringing up my lack of belief for? But when you can't answer a question, you gotta divert and go to something else.
You have to refer to that because see, once you take the dialogue from the arena of right here in the conversation in the moment, that face to face, they bring it into their mind like it's a dream. And see, they're king there in their own mind. They control that. And so now they get to make up whatever they want to make up as far as right. And that's supposed to be rational and that's supposed to work for you. And they don't even, some of them don't even realize that that's what they're doing and not giving you something objective. Now, we got this book, we got this document, we got this Bible. Here's the thing. It's supposed to be saying the same thing to everybody. And I'm gonna just use the KJV to make it simple. If we all know what the KJV is, most of our parents and grandparents, that's all they had. That document says what it says, but you got all these different interpretations of people want to put their feelings into it. And like I was saying before, if I were to be in that Bible and I talk about denominations, there are scriptures, Ephesians 4:4, one Lord, one faith, one baptism. And like you said, they agree on a lot of things. I think once they agree on the death, burial, and resurrection, pretty much once you depart from that belief, you can always find a denomination that'll believe it a little bit different. You got Baptists that say, oh, have faith and you good. You got some Baptists that say, no, baptism is essential. You got Church of Christ people that's saying now, oh, we can use instruments in our worship. But you still got the traditional ones that say, no, the Bible don't say nothing about instruments in the New Testament. So if you use them, you sin it. And to go back what you were saying about, all the denominations, the hard truth is that Churches of Christ, the belief is if you're not following it, we got to get you to understand what the Bible is saying because it's only saying one thing. And if you don't, we had no issues with concluding you're going to hell. Because because this is what supposedly God said. We can't change it for you. And that, ironically, again, is one of my issues that I have. I have three issues. I tell people there's a historical issue, there's a textual issue, and a doctrinal issue. And that one is a doctrinal issue because I use John 14:6. Jesus said, you can't even come to the Father unless you come through me. Now, that sounds real good to me in the church. But now that I think about it, there's people all over this earth who ain't never heard of it. And that got deep for me because I'm like, wait a minute. I don't know. I don't want to talk to her. I know we doing like an interview, but that's my thing right there because
speak on it, bro. Speak on it.
Well, the thing with that one, the doctrinal issue of the one, is saying one thing, and it's this one being by which all men have to come in order to be saved. And I try to get them to follow. I was having this conversation with my mom. I said, if God knows everything, which they believe he does, if God is love, which they believe he is, then anybody coming to earth or being born has to be given that soul by this God they believe in. He allowed for them to be born. And they believe all of that. Now, what they seem to fail to do is to remember this is a big earth and everybody is not born in the same circumstances that we are here hearing the same thing about religion. You got people out there in the backwoods of Brazil. You got people that are Eskimos. You got people on the most popular one today, North Sentinel Island. You got people in the back country of Australia. They ain't never heard of no Jesus. Now, the problem with this is if that God created them and he knew that he had already said the only way you can get to him is through Jesus, he also said he's not willing that anybody perish. Now, he is obligated to make sure they at least have an opportunity to reject their salvation. But I'm talking about situations where these people never heard of Jesus and they die never hearing. That amounts to that, it logically follows that your God created these people knowing he will only send them to hell. Now, how is that love? That don't even make it, that doesn't make any sense. And
I,
that cancels out the God of heaven, the God of the Bible. I don't really get too deep in, when people about the atheists and all. That's their thing. And I admit, I think that there's a creator, but I don't think it has anything to do with us, or that it definitely ain't the God of this Bible to me. Why? Because again, I'm just taking the Bible and what it said about him and then showing what's going on in reality when in this example, and that cancels out. You cannot be love if you're just creating people only to torture them forever and ever. Don't work.
yeah, because you take a concept like Calvinism, where
Mm-hmm.
everything is predestined, right? So you
Mm-hmm.
literally got people who were created with the sole purpose of they at the end of their journey, they going to hell. So this deity created them with the sole purpose of sending them to hell. They ain't never gonna get it right, and he knew it, or it knew it from the gate. It like because you don't choose God. God has
Right.
chosen you from the gate. So all the people who don't pick Christianity, they never was gonna pick it in the first place. So
Right.
they go to hell automatically, right? So how can immortal or everlasting torture, how do you equate that with love? That is the ultimate oxymoron. But they don't see it like that, because what religious people jump through hoops to
Oh yeah.
make stuff that don't make sense make sense.
Right.
Like we look at the book of Job and people find inspiration in this story. But
Mm-hmm.
I lost a child in 2002.
Sorry
She
to hear that, bro.
she had I appreciate it. She had a chromosome 9 defect.
Mm.
And I had this swindler, you may be familiar with him, named David E. Taylor. He's
Mm-hmm.
still
Mm-hmm.
he's still swindling people now to this day. But at the time, my aunt was heavily involved in his organization, and she was like, "Call him and get prayer." He'll pray for your baby. So I called this bastard, and I'm just calling it like it is. The man is a
Yeah.
bastard.
Yeah.
And I called him, and I was like, "Yeah, I want to get prayer for my baby." We found out she has a chromosome 9 defect, and they said that she's not gonna make it. So he prays, and he was like, "I see her running around and enjoying her life and fully healthy." And so I already had 2 daughters. I say, "Now I got 2 daughters," because I'm being real specific, bro.
Right.
I say, I'm talking about the one that my wife is pregnant with currently. He was like, "No, the one she's pregnant with." I'm like, "Okay." So long story short, my wife is born on January 10th. We lost a baby on January 9th.
Bruh, my birthday is January 10th. Just throw that in there right
Is
there.
that right? Okay. Salute, Capricorn. But
Mm-hmm.
and so we now my wife, knowing how it was crazy, because that was 20 years ago, so I was 25. I was so devastated because, bro, I would come home and I would start talking, and this child would start moving in my wife's stomach.
Mm-hmm.
Feel her moving as soon as I started talking. So as soon as she heard my voice, she would start talking. Start moving. And I would read the Bible to her, things like this, right? And she would respond as I'm reading the Bible. And so I was so connected with the child that my wife, who had the child, put her mourning period on pause. She had the baby, but she put her mourning on pause to comfort me.
Mm.
If people don't understand how deep that is, she had the baby, but I was so devastated that she had to comfort me, and it didn't be for about a week or two. She needed me to be comforting her. She carried the baby. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That's deep, bro.
But that's how connected me and the baby was. Like, soon as I hit the house and started talking, she'd start moving. And when she was born, even her face was my face. More than any child. We've had 3 children since then. And that child, Deanna, we called her Deanna Miracle because we couldn't get pregnant for whatever reason. And we found out she was pregnant with her, not even knowing that she was pregnant, like not even expecting it, because that's how unbelievable. We just it was something that we had kind of gave up on. And then we go to her doctor's visit, and he give her an ultrasound, and we see this little hand like waving at me. And it did just like that. So when this bastard makes this statement, which clearly was a lie, ain't no God showed you nothing, but you claiming this. Of course, I wanted to find that man to put hands on. And years later, I'm looking at a video, no longer in this belief system. And this man is talking about he's seen God and his skin is made of diamonds and rubies. And I'm like, why did I even believe anything this fool said in the first place? Looking like the poor man's Miles Day off of Purple Rain from the top. Like, it just, this dude was the worst, and I shouldn't have even bought nothing he said. But when you're young and you listening to older people and you desperate for your child to survive, you would try to get any kind of help you can. And my wife has always told me, she was like, baby, I knew, but I just had to let you go through your process. And I bring that up to say this. All these people who will tell you you wouldn't really saved and you didn't really believe. And I think back to stuff like that, and I'm like, you don't know what situations and circumstances we've been through in this journey for you to say anything about what I've been through. Save your comments for somebody who you actually know. Because unless you were side by side with me as I traversed through this thing, you don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
And I want to use that statement to segue into how did you, like, what was the moment or the moments that you started to transition away from Christianity as you were in ministry?
Okay, so I had a friend. He was actually a high school boyfriend of my wife at the time. His name is Ricardo Lewis, and he used to post on Facebook stuff about, like I post now. He used to post stuff challenging Christians, right? And I'm the pastor, and I would come home and she'd say, "Oh, he posting this foolishness." And then one day I got involved, and I was like, you know what? I know the Bible. I went to school for this. I'm a pastor. Let me go ahead and silence him, right? So I went in saying a few things here and there on some of his posts, and then I think it was an inbox, or either we was on the phone, because I was serious, man. A scripture I can say I still live by is 1 Thessalonians 5:21, which says, "Prove all things and hold fast to that which is good." So he challenged me. He said, "Listen, man, just go and look up things like the Exodus." He wanted me to go and get some information. He said things like that didn't really happen. Okay,
that'll do it.
I said, and I'm being, and that's why I tell people, you got to be honest with the information. I went and I looked. I came across this guy by the name of, I think his name was Ron Wyatt, and he was talking about how he found a chariot wheel and all, and it was looking real good, right? But me wanting to not get out there on the public stage and look like a fool after I found him, and I was all excited. I was like, "Ooh, yeah, this is good information right here. I'm gonna show him." I went and looked up Ron Wyatt. Now I gotta check it. Let me check Ron just to be safe here. Come to find out he was a fraud. He was a liar. He didn't find none of this stuff, and
Hey,
it just didn't make no sense.
Real quick, and I'm gonna let you continue. Do you know? Yeah. Now I interviewed my uncle on this channel, and my uncle is still a pastor. One of the best men I have ever met in my life. He my wife's uncle, but of course I call him my uncle. One of the best men I've ever met in my life. He a fire chief. Do not take a salary from the church. He one of them rare pastors, right? Mm-hmm. Don't take a salary from the church because and I ain't mad at him. He make good money as a fire chief. But if he took money from as a pastor, that they, for the work I know he do, I wouldn't even be mad.
Right.
My point being, he don't take a salary from the church. Here's the thing. This is an intelligent brother. No history and everything. He believed Ron Wyatt. He believed that BS. Ain't no convince because he's so transfixed on this thing being true. You can't tell him that man didn't find a chariot wheel from the exit. And I'm just like, this is crazy. Because I know this is an intelligent, informed brother, but he got that pre-existing belief that anything that may back that up, he own it. The people that saying he debunked, nah, they just against the church. They just against the Bible. Mm-hmm. But I'm just looking like, damn, Unc, not you, but but go ahead, bro.
Yeah, that confirmation bias is powerful, bro. Like I said, when I first came across Ron, I got excited. I thought I had something, but it was I don't know. I don't want to call it the honesty. It was just me. I really didn't want to get out there and somebody say what I just said about Ron being a fraud and then show that my evidence didn't make any sense. So I went and checked him out too. And I was like, and that kept happening. I kept testing what Ricardo was sharing with me. And it was so strange that I got to a point that all the evidence and what I was looking at with the archaeology was proving things that I had believed to be wrong. And then I remember thinking one day, well, why do I still have this attachment? I was still afraid, for some reason. And I knew, okay, maybe the Exodus didn't happen. And I said, and I figured that my attachment was to this document, the book. I believed that it was somehow right. The Bible was right. Maybe they just ain't found certain things. It still is. The Bible itself has to be right. And so I said, okay, well, let me challenge myself to look at the Bible and is it true? And I started to investigate deeper. I don't know where my PowerPoint is, but I did a series when I was at the church, and I call it non-apologetic apologetics. And what I was saying is I'm not making any apologies for the defense of the gospel that I'm about to give. And I was trying to prove to people why the Bible was accurate. So I went back to that. I started looking at how we got the Bible. But then I started finding out things like they put scriptures in, they took things out. And that didn't sit right with me because I was like, wait a minute, I'm holding up this book saying it's unadulterated. Unadulterated means it has not been added to, taken away from, or mixed in any way. It is as it was from its original creation. That's what unadulterated means. That's what people in the churches of Christ believe about the Bible. But then I started to find out, that things were changed. And once I disconnected from that book and saw it as a flawed document, that's when things, like if you're running a race and you're going uphill, that's when I got to the top of the hill. And I could see I'm going down from here. I'm smooth sailing. And then the very last thing I remember sitting in my dining room and I was studying Genesis. I said, okay, let's just start over. Let's just go from the beginning. What did I miss after all these years of study? And I was sitting there, and when I tell you I didn't get past the third chapter, and I found so many problems, and I was like, this is amazing. I cried for 3 hours. I literally cried my eyes out for 3 hours because I could not believe the last 20 years of my life was a lie. I mean, I tear up thinking about it right now because I lost a lot of time over something that was right in front of my face all of these years. But it's like you can't think. Like you say, your uncle, very intelligent brother. When your mind, and I'm no psychologist, but I was in my secular job. I'm what you would call a behavior interventionist, and we went back to school, and they were talking to us about the kids we serve and how they always hear something negative. I work with kids that have emotional behavior disabilities, and they tell us how you have to give them 10 positives for all these negatives they hear before they actually start to think it may not be true. They hear negativity all the time. The same thing with our brains. If you grew up in Christianity, and the way your neurons are functioning and firing and the neural pathways that have been made, when you start to hear this information, it is very difficult for your brain to accept it. And there's something on YouTube the viewers can look up. It's called the backwards bike. And when you look that up, you start to find out that we learn how to ride a bike. They say you could never forget how to ride a bike, right? And so you ride the bike. And what the backwards bike is, when you turn right, this engineer made, when you turn right, it's actually going to go left. And it took this man 10 months to learn how to ride that bike, even though he had the knowledge that turning right was going to make him go left. Even though he had that knowledge, he still could not do it. Took him 10 months of trying and trying and trying. But his son, who was a little boy, about 5 or whatever, he had learned how to ride a bike regularly. He gave him a backwards bike, and it took him a little while, but in 2 weeks, the little boy learned how to do it. That neuroplasticity, see, in a child's brain, the same way children can learn languages and stuff easier. And that's why I think we're starting to see a generation. I think I was looking at the hot box thing with Bill Maher and Mike Tyson. And Bill Maher was saying, hey, this is the first generation of millennials where they have less than 50% belief in religion. And I think that's because they are growing up in the age of information. Me and you didn't grow up in that age, but we possess a sense of just justice and looking at it for what it is. And like my shirt say, y'all probably can't see it, but I say truth is my only religion, bro. Like if it's true, that's what I go with. Is I explain that later, but yeah, man, that thing was deep for me. And when I went into Genesis, it was stuff like, and I'm gonna say this, and I'll be quiet for a second. When I looked at Eve, it said that the knowledge of good and evil was on a tree. The knowledge of good and evil was on a tree. The problem with that is, if it's on a tree, she can't even know how to do good because it's supposedly on a tree. We often think about the evil, but good is also on that tree. And then the next thing was that, why were they ashamed of being naked if there's nothing inherently wrong with being naked? And this is something I got going on Facebook right now, some talks and some threads about it, because not wearing clothes or wearing clothes is really a cultural thing. It was nothing inherently wrong, and especially if they were supposed to be the only two people on earth. And that for me blew my mind those years ago. And I said, this is a man-made story. Now, yeah, everybody gonna say, yeah, you should have known that when the snakes start talking and all that. But when you grow up in it, and grandma done told you it's real, mama done told you it's real, my great grandma still living, she done told me it's real. Everybody around you, you have no reason to discount what them people have said. And then I got to this point, man, and I was like, that's it. That's it. And I went ham in the other direction. I was going hard for Jesus. Now I'm going hard against it.
Hey, bro, you just, hey, man, I'm going to be hitting you up to come on a lot. That's all I can tell you. I'm gonna be hitting you up to come on a lot because hey, and that's the issue. People don't look at stuff like why were they ashamed of being naked? This culture, particularly this culture that wrote this book, has an issue with nakedness, with sexuality, with women's sexuality in particular. And see, I'm a overly not to well, everybody on my channel know this anyway, but I'm an overtly sexual man, and so and I'm very very much about female sexual liberation. My daughters talk to me about everything, and I literally told my daughters, look, before you go letting a unworthy brother convince you to have sex, go get you a sex toy and take care of yourself. I'd rather you do that than waste your time with somebody who ain't worthy of it.
That make good sense to me, bro.
You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not the cat that's no, don't do that. Don't nah. Handle your business, because that's a physical.
It's a natural thing, bro. It's a natural urge.
It's natural to want that physical gratification. The issue ain't having sex. The issue is who we choose to have sex with. You see what I mean? So, right. but people got it twisted. So anyway, this culture though has an issue with sex and female sexuality in particular. The female is the villain or the fall guy of this story. You see what I mean? The man's only issue is that he fell for he was beguiled by the female. That's his only issue. Other than that, he wasn't at fault. And so, that's always been my problem with it, especially once I came out of it. And so you broke that thing down in a very profound way from my perspective. Now, it's probably some people who don't feel that way, kick rocks till their toes bleed, as far as I'm concerned.
I want to interject right there with the Adam thing. One thing we used to say in the church, and you go back to the Adam and Eve story, it says she gave to eat to her husband who was with her. Now there's some debate on the proximity at which he was there, but Adam was right there too. And so when I was in the church, he was every much to blame as Eve was, within the story. Now I don't buy the story at all, but I'm just saying, if you got to get in the story, he was right there.
And the most profound thing you said was, how would they know what good was if both good and evil was within the knowledge of this fruit?
Right.
How would they know what good was? So the only thing they had to go on was this dictatorship from this deity. Just do what I tell you to do.
Right.
But they don't know if that's good or bad either.
They don't know that it would be wrong to not do, because the knowledge of evil is on the tree, and they wouldn't even know the good thing to do because that's on the tree.
Exactly.
While he also put an animal there that it says in the story is the wisest thing he created. Now, wait a minute. That doesn't work. Why would you? And then I was just thinking today, why even put that tree there?
Why even put it there?
Just, don't put it there.
What good parent is going to put something that's dangerous to their children around their children?
Right.
Because they always equate it to a father and his children, right? That's the analogy they like to try to use. Well, I'm not going to put a cigarette or something that's hot or something that's dangerous in proximity to my child.
Right. Bro, if you I I have guns in my home.
Yes,
If you
sir.
have a child that doesn't understand right from wrong, they don't know much, they don't know even what a gun can and can't do. You're not going to, if they're sitting in their playpen, and by the way, for those Bible scholars that'll be watching this, the word garden comes from a Hebrew word that literally means enclosure. So this illustration I'm finna give makes some sense. You put that child in the playpen, I'm not gonna go take my Glock, a loaded Glock, and put it in that playpen and say, hey, don't don't bother with this. And you
Mm,
got, if you did that and you got other kids, they're gonna take your kids and lock you up. That, and we know that it's just that simple. All I had to do was not even put my weapon in the vicinity, or make put my weapon in or store it in such a way that this child could access it. And if knowledge is the weapon that he was trying to keep away, why put it there? Because it definitely tells us a story. I think there's value in the story. The problem is the religious people want it to be a real literal story that happened, and that just don't make no sense.
and that's real. I just, I'm like, don't make the analogy to a father and a child, because another thing a father wouldn't do, because this is an all-knowing, all-powerful, all present, I'm omnipresent deity. He wouldn't allow a dangerous individual to be around his children and not be there to protect them. But he allows the most what did they call the serpent?
He's
Uh
the most wisest creature that God had made.
right. And so so you know what this serpent is about to do. So it was a two-pronged setup. It was a
Right.
setup from the gate. So even if you believe the story is true, it was a setup from the gate. But you know, it's like, come on, man, we got to stop. We don't believe in any other. Like when we look at Norse mythology, right?
Right. Okay.
They have the story of Ragnarok, where it's the twilight of
Hmm.
the gods. All of the deities die, and then
Hmm.
Balder, the deity whose death kicked off Ragnarok, is resurrected along with two human beings. This is why it was so easy for
Mm.
Christians to convince the people who believed in Norse mythology to convert to Christianity, because Ragnarok starts over with two human beings. All the
Mm.
Christians, all they had to do was tell them those two human beings are Adam and Eve. And the world tree, well, that's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and so that's exactly what they did, bro. But
Mm.
these Christian missionaries, right? They took elements of their story and interweaved it into their story. But anyway, they nobody tells us to believe that story, that these two people, that the world was started over with these two people. Nobody tells us to believe that or to take that literally, right? They
Mm.
say that it's a myth. When Zeus creates human beings in Greek mythology, nobody tells us to believe that story.
Hmm.
When Ra, one of the Kemetic origin stories, when Ra creates human beings with his tears, nobody
Hmm.
tells us to take that literally. But they want us, or they expect us to take this story literally. It's a
That amazes me, bro. When you bring up Rob, I've been saying this to some people. When you consider the Jewish, let's just say the Hebrew backdrop and where these individuals supposedly came from, you're talking about a nomadic people. You're talking about goat herders. You know, they have animals and stuff, and supposedly God spoke to them. And then when you bring in Ra, and nobody wants to believe that, and I'm not saying people should believe it as literal, but I just humor me for a second. Would you believe the people that are herding goats and nomadic, what they say about a deity? Or would you be more inclined to believe people that built a structure that nobody can reproduce today or even tell you how they built it? in my little logical brain, I think I'm gonna go with the people that built the structure that's still here, that nobody can figure out how they did it. Them not sound like a smarter people. So if them people got something to say about God, I'm more inclined to listen to them than some people who can't get from Egypt to Palestine. It take them 40 years to get there. I'm just saying it don't make no. I'd rather listen to them.
That's real talk, bro. Real quick, family. Y'all see it on the screen. If you want to donate to our brother, Elijah, it's at Soul of Haru or $ at Soul of Haru on Cash App. So donate to the brother. He trying to build up his platform, just like y'all have helped me build up this platform. Help the brother out and donate to him. $ at Soul of Haru. It's right there on the screen. But yeah, man, that you hit the nail on the head. We are not taught to believe any other mythological origin story, but this Adam and Eve story. And it's the same way through with other stories in the Bible. We are told to take these things as fact, as historical events, and we are not told to do this with any other mythological story. It's amazing to me. But a breakdown, because I'm gonna read this and then I want you to break down some more of your process as you moved away, because I heard you say you cried for 3 hours, and then our sister said she cried as well. I didn't cry, but I did have, and existentialism is my favorite form of philosophy, particularly Black existentialism. And at the time that I went away from the church, I wasn't even into existential philosophy on the level that I am now. But I wrote this letter to the church because I still go to the church, and most of the church is my family. I just mentioned my wife's uncle is the pastor. And I literally wrote this to everybody at the church, because I started getting, once everybody found out I wasn't a Christian, you get everybody worried about you, everybody praying for you. Oh, what's he done lost his mind, blah, blah, blah. So, and this is what I said. I say, first off, let me say the love and support you've personally shown me, as well as the love and support from Bethel as a church, has been greatly appreciated. That said, if you are willing, I'm hoping you'll share my letter this morning. In the weeks and months following my grandmother's death, and even going back to Sister Miller's death, I've been sick, not physically, but spiritually sick. I've come to know this condition is identified as an existential crisis. It is not something I'd wish on anyone. My wife had been urging me to talk to Pastor, but I refused to do so out of fear that I'd either offend him or that he simply wouldn't understand. But after seeing how my condition was affecting my wife, I decided to reach out to him. I'm very thankful that he took the time out of his busy schedule to talk to me. We spoke about a number of topics. I'm thankful for his accessibility and his willingness to listen. I'm thankful that Pastor, and by extension the church as a whole, is willing to listen to an opposite point of view instead of the typical complaints that you hear about church. I have nothing but praise. I'm still dealing with my personal issues as I'm navigating through a new paradigm. That's how I came up with the name of this channel. And as I do so, I want you to know that I still consider you all my family. Bethel is a tremendous blessing to me, and I'm thankful for each and every one of you. Be blessed, and I may see you all this Sunday morning. I had sent it at like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. And even though I didn't have the physical emotional response that you and our sister Neo had, you can tell I was definitely struggling with with the process of moving away from that belief and everything that it was going to encompass. You know what I mean? So so that definitely was is a difficult thing for people to go through. And so when you have people who kind of disregard it as you never believe, it's extra offensive. You know what I mean? So
oh yeah.
Talk about a little bit more about as you began to have these moments where you were witnessing things that didn't add up, and then you started to transition out, and how it affected relationships and ultimately led to you resigning.
Well, I've always been a bit of an introvert myself, and growing up, I did move around a lot. This goes into what I'm gonna say. And moving around and friendships and stuff being severed and not really keeping in touch with people. So I didn't really have a whole lot of problem with that, but I knew that was about to happen. If I keep going down this path of knowledge, I knew I would eventually not have a church anymore. And we're talking about that was my primary source of income. That was everything to me. Like that was everything. I knew I was going to eventually lose all of that, or I could not hold on to it. I was struggling with knowing that people would not probably readily accept the information, even though they say they're about truth. But I knew I was about to go in there, and there's sermons up right now. I put one up on my page where I was trying to get the congregation to see what I had discovered when it came to like the book of Enoch not being in the Bible and it being changed. And it was the uphill challenges I knew I was about to face that hurt. And then, but that wasn't really it. I think for me, it was mostly the lost time this is probably 2018 when I'm really I had been studying probably 2017, but right 2018, I really realized this ain't looking good for me in religion, the information I'm coming across. And I was really upset about the lost time. And you have to know something about me after being in the military and even growing up. I never felt like I was gonna live that long. I don't really feel like that now, but I just never felt like I was gonna live that long. So at the time, I'm just thinking, man, how am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do life now? Everything I knew, my living and all that, it was church. Now I got to go back out here and find a job. I got to figure out how to and then make the kind of money I was making. Now I wasn't a rich pastor, but I was doing okay. I was doing better than most out here, struggling. I was making it, man. I was doing good, and I knew I couldn't just go back into society and expect to have the same level of life, the same level of comfort when it comes to finances if I don't stay in it. But I also knew deep within me that I just couldn't do the lie. I knew that. When I tell you, I don't know how to describe it. It's like for a person like me to get up in front of 130 people every week and tell them something ain't true, but they're wholeheartedly trusting in it. I ain't built that way, man. Some people can do it. I'm not built that way. So, and I hope I'm answering your question. It's just when I went in there on Sunday after that, the best way I can describe this is you remember seeing Matrix, and when he finally realized that's what they were in, and you're seeing these people that don't know that that's what they're in. That's what it was like for me every Sunday, every Wednesday night after that. I'm in this building and I'm looking at these people and they have no idea of the wool that's been pulled over their eyes. And I felt a great sense of responsibility. I was like, I got to find what can I show them that they already know? Because this is how learning happens. What can I show them that they already know they already believe, but it will cause them to say, wait a minute, I got to think twice about this religion thing. And so I don't want to get too far off track, but I do want to say something about why I think religious people do not make the connection when it's proper. I'll say that.
Yeah, I've always felt like it's a point that you just people just, for whatever reason, we need something to believe in. My uncle, even his son, and you'll see him the more you view the channel. He go by the name of Brother Shabaka. He's my first cousin, so this is my mother's brother. And when he found out that his son and I were no longer Christians, and this wasn't something that we did together, it just my cousin actually thought I was crazy for a few months, and then all of a sudden he hit me up about 6 months later and was like, asking me some questions, and then eventually he was like, "Hey, cuz, I think I'm done being a Christian." And I was like, "What? 6 months ago you were telling me I was crazy." So, but anyway, he was like, "Well, you got to believe something." And this is a man who was a lifelong drug addict, but he went to the Nation of Islam and they got him clean. So when you deal with addiction like that, and then you get in a situation where people help you in that manner, you can't. It's very difficult to walk away from that. And this is the situation we find ourselves in with religion, and in situations like organizations like the Nation of Islam and things like that. One thing that you had mentioned earlier was where you was talking about how the child with the bike was able to pick it up quicker than his father, much quicker than his father did as an adult. And that's because if it wasn't for child indoctrination, religion would absolutely collapse. I think I mentioned this to you on the phone. Before my granddaughter was born, everybody was talking to her, praise Jesus, hallelujah. When she came out as a child, praise Jesus, hallelujah. So when she threw her hands up in church, praise Jesus, hallelujah, everybody was like, I can't believe she said that. But y'all been saying this to her before she was even born. What do you think she gonna say?
I mean, what do you expect?
And as she grow up, this is deeply instilled in her. And so it's going to be hard for her to shake. Now, as she grow up and she meet other kids and she get other information, it becomes less harder for her to shake in today's world. But as you pointed out, with me being 45, you being 37, in our day, no cell phone in our hand constantly, no access to computers constantly. That was all we had. And so as a result, that constant Jesus loves you, the Last Supper on the wall, the picture of the crucifix on the wall, the Bible on the table. I don't care. My grandmother had a card party. My grandmother raised me. And so she had a card party every weekend. We got big liquor, big blues music playing.
Yeah.
But that picture of the crucifix was on the wall. The Last Supper was on the other wall. And you best believe when Easter came around, we watched every last second of the 10 Commandments with Charles Heston and the King of Kings with whatever the white boy was that played Jesus, because that was it. And we went to church on Easter, and we went a lot of times on Christmas. I got my suit. I got my, all the little trinkets, because that was her way of showing her deity respect. And on every picture, it was a white boy on the stick, not a brother. It was a white boy. And so my thing is, our people in particular are vexed by this thing, because I don't care what nobody say. Find me a more faithful people group to religion than Black people are to Christianity. I don't care if it's here, Africa, South America. Find me a people that's more dedicated to a thing than Black people are to Christianity.
Yeah, bro. That's deep. I remember seeing some of those pictures here and there. And when I got older, my grandma actually had a VHS huge collection, and Ten Commandments was one of the movies, and that went in this two VHS set called The Greatest Story Ever Told. And after watching those, and then fast forward to probably 2015, I just started studying the Bible, and I realized that in the movie, when Charleston Heston was on the mountain and he having this encounter with God, that you see some of the miracles, right? That's my sister right there. Good to see you, DeWanda. And but anyway, Charleston Heston, he throws a stick on the ground, it becomes a snake. But there's something the Bible said. It said he put his hand. He said if they don't believe that, if they don't believe the snake, or if they don't believe your staff turning into a snake, the thing that was supposed to make these people believe was you put your hand into your bosom. So I guess he put his hand like under his arm, and it says when he took it out, his hand was leprous, white like snow. But then when he put it back in, it didn't say the color, it just said it became like his other flesh. Now that was the key sign according to the Bible. And I'm thinking about this years later, like why they couldn't do that. Why they couldn't why they couldn't do that. I'm thinking, well, it's kind of hard to do when your actor is white. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of hard to do. You already got white skin rather. And I never became a Hebrew Israelite, but there was a moment, just being honest, where I was looking at the teachings. I was like, man, these brothers sound like they own something. Just thankfully, I kept studying like I did with Warren Wyatt. And I was like, nah, I ain't vibing with that either. This is all some mess. But anyway, going back to the psychology of it all, man, as a child, you like we've been saying, you have no reason. Your parents are the ones that take care of you. Whoever's caring for you, you trust them, and you're going to go with whatever it is they say. And like when your daughter said what she said, we forget. This is what kids do. They imitate the adults because they're trying to make sense of their world. I was watching a video the other day, them little toy cars with the yellow top and then the red at the bottom, and they use their feet. And the little boy got out of them, and it was a funny video. He got out the thing after it hit the curb, and he slammed the door. And I don't know, where are you on profanity on your show? I want to disrespect your show.
Go for it.
Okay. Yeah, he slammed the door and he said, "Piece of shit," and he was just a little boy. And I'm thinking, just like she said, "Praise Jesus," we used to laugh when the kids cussed at us. Well, they only cussing because they don't heard y'all cuss. They will do whatever they hear us do. They just imitating the behavior. It doesn't mean there's some miraculous calling or some anointing on them. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if that was the case, bruh, I'm supposed to be Satan's child. I don't know the stuff that I was doing. But I went the other way because I start attributing the changes that was happening by the time I was 17, 18 years old. I started attributing that to a deity, and I saw it as a good thing. But yeah, man, we have no understanding usually of how our minds work. That confirmation bias feels good and it calms you down. But when you get information that's against what you already have built your reality around from the time that you were a child, now you're 20, now you're 30, now you're 40. By the way, I'm 40. Thanks for them 3 years, though. I'll take them if you give them to me. But I'm 40. And when you get to that point, you get new information, cortisol comes in, and that fight, flight, or freeze thing kicks in. And that's when we go on a defense. And you have to put your emotions in check in order to receive more information. And I think that's something we have to teach our kids, not what to think, but how to think. And you have to be able to accept information indiscriminately. And that's what we don't tend to do. And this is where I wanted to go before. You will see a Christian, right? They'll get taught the Adam and Eve story on Sunday. And that same Christian will walk into their high school class or in their university classroom on Monday and hear the scientists and what they've discovered from, let's just take a small number. Let's just say what they've discovered from 60,000 years ago, and that humans were walking around 60,000 years ago. Now, wait a minute. You on Sunday, you believe in Adam and Eve, but then over here, you believe that there's cave paintings as old as 60,000 years old because you were taught that in school. You believe that too. But what seems to happen is that we fail to bring that knowledge in the same cognitive space with the belief knowledge. But we want to believe both of them as reality. And but until you say, wait a minute, you can't have them both. They just don't work. And this is where I'm making Christians mad on my Facebook because I'm like, you can't tell me Noah's flood happened 2337 or thereabout when we have the Egyptian records from 3000 BC and no break in the records until Alexander the Greek comes in. Nobody told the Egyptians they was all supposed to be dead, and only because they still was living if this was a worldwide flood. So we
Man,
have to start bringing it in the same cognitive space.
they gonna find a way. They gonna find a way to make that work. I got a brother, good brother. The way you speak. You haven't been in the military. You actually remind me a lot of him. His name is GT.
No, I have been in the military.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You haven't been
Oh,
in
yeah.
the military. The way you speak and all of that. This brother name is Najiti. But he a Christian. He come on the channel, and he'll tell you that the Egyptian timeline is off. And so once you fix that timeline, the Exodus did happen. Joseph was there. The flood did happen. And he goes about it very thoroughly, and he lets you know it's his theory. But and again, good brother. I got a lot of respect for him. I don't believe it, but just that when I say they'll find a way to make this thing work, they'll find a way, bro.
Yeah. Most people are gonna do that because you have to. Like going back to neuroplasticity in your brain and how it's wired, your brain will come up with something. It will pull from your knowledge bank in order to calm you down and bring back to you your sense of reality. Just like again in the Matrix, dude knew the stake wasn't real. I think me and Dre was talking about this stuff, that me and Boyce, and he knew the stake wasn't real, but he was still enjoying what it was doing for him, the satisfaction of eating that steak. I think that's what's happening with some of our Christian brothers and sisters, our religious brothers and sisters. It's still providing for them some security. It's still providing for them. And when we talk about family, just being able to have a conversation like me and you right now, we talking and we on the same wavelength, and it's like we see the same thing, so it feels some type of way. But the moment two people are talking and they find a point of disagreement, you have to check your emotions and look strictly at the information. And this is one of the problems we see even in politics. Democrats and Republicans can't talk because everybody caught up in their emotions rather than just looking at what's factual. You know what I'm saying? We have to start doing that with everything because emotions drive you up the wall. We all, a lot of us have been in love before. You be in love and somebody tell you something negative about the person and you ain't trying to hear it. It may very well be true, totally true, but I don't care unless, and even if you did see it with your own eyes, you'll cry your eyes out and forgive them and tell them, hey, it's okay. It's okay. I love you. And they could be spitting in your face. So it's okay. It's okay. I must have did something. You'll blame yourself.
Right. What Kanye say? I don't care what none of y'all say. I still love her. But
Yeah.
Shout out to my boy, my man Andre Boyce. I said we were the most dedicated to Christianity as black people, but he corrected me. Afghanistan Muslims, and we are second, and that's my man. And this is a world travel brother, so I'm taking his word versus me, who was never been there. But he did say we are number 2, so y'all know what it is. We about facts on this channel, so
Right.
that's what my man say. I'm riding with him. But how has your transition out of that faith been for your relationships with friends, family, uh, lovers, and mentors in the religious tradition?
Well, I can honestly say I have associates. Um, I don't have a big circle. Right now, I'm just focused on building my channel, better me, and finances. I have one person, like I believe you are average of the 5 people you hang around, and I got one person in my circle that is a millionaire. His wife actually happens to be my doctor, and he's a barber. He cuts my hair, and that's about it. And I seek people that I feel can provide some value to me in that area, and I will add another one. And more than likely this will be a person that has good financial sense and everything, and can help me get there. Now, when it comes to intimate relationships, like my girl now, um, I could full disclosure. She actually her mom and her dad used to come to my church. Now me and her weren't involved in. I never even She didn't even see me like that. I didn't even see her like that. But after I got out of religion and everything, and
Real quick, keep building. I'm gonna step away for a second, but keep building.
okay, okay, but after I got out of religion and everything, we started to build and find out that we were working on the same wavelength with information and things. I actually remember a time being in class, and she was in class, and she asked a question about, I think it was about Noah's flood, and I knew the answer, but to give the correct answer would have really messed up some of the other people in class. So I had to give her a BS answer at the time to kind of get by. And we joke about it even now because I knew the truth then. But going through relationships, in that regard, it's important that the person be on the same wavelength, because the religious beliefs can really cause some problems in the relationships. And then with people out and about, I find that because I no longer depend on something like prayer, I understand that if I'm gonna get it, it's gonna be me. I'm gonna have to go out here and really um, put my feet on the ground and get whatever it is I'm trying to do. I'm trying to accomplish. It's gonna be because I put the work in. Um, it gets a little uncomfortable at times when talking with people, because I know most people get caught up in the emotions. They find out you're not religious, so you don't go to church. They don't want to deal with you no more. So I tend to, when I'm out and about in public, if it goes, if the conversation goes there, I'll let them know, hey, look, I'm not really into religion. I go the other way. If they want to have the conversation, I'll have it with them. But usually it don't go the way they think it's gonna go. I will say, you know, people that knew me in the church, very few of them still talk to me um on a certain level. I don't know why that may be. Some of them I get the sense, and this is not for sure. I don't know. I get the sense that perhaps they feel a little uncomfortable around me, having once been this preacher that perhaps they looked to for knowledge and things, and believing my knowledge base was on a certain level and that I could help them. Now everything that I'm into and the understanding I have now goes against what they what they believe. I don't know if they're afraid that I might turn them away, and I probably would if we had the conversation and they honest about the information that I share with them. But I'm still the same guy, man. I'm still the same guy, and I often tell them, look, you know, the very fact that I've found some information and I chose to step away and not continue shows that I never was intending to lead anybody for selfish reasons. You know, that to me, pat myself on my own back, because I was never into the church for personal gain in that way. Yes, it's how I took care of my family and everything, but I was never doing it because I wanted to be uh, a flashy pastor and drive a fancy car. All those things would probably eventually come because I was really one of the ones putting in work. I said on another live that I did, and I was taught this when I went to school in Texas for preaching. For every minute that I would stand up there preaching to my people, if I preached a 40-minute, 50-minute sermon, I studied for an hour. Every minute I was up there was worth about an hour of study. Now that's a lot of work. Um, so I have that to go into my toolbox, and to say this is the way that I am now. I'm still that same guy. And being out here, it allows me to see the world a whole lot differently, bro. A whole lot differently, looking at why people may need to improve themselves, because when you think about people depending on something in the sky rather than going out there and getting it themselves. This is detrimental to I'm gonna just say to the melanated community, because like you said, melanated people, we love us some God. Comedians joke about it and we laugh because it's true. We love us some God. However, once you step away from said God and religious system, it's like you're not, I don't even know if there's a word for that. You're not them anymore. You're not part of the group anymore. You must not be melanated. I say melanated as a substitute for I don't like black, but that's what I'm talking about when I say melanated. For those that don't know, you ain't black no more because you don't believe in the God of the Bible. Well, I'm the type of guy. I tell people all the time. Boys know this. My boy Collie know. I don't consider myself an atheist. I consider myself a person that I definitely tell you that God of the Bible don't exist though. I think that's garbage. I don't think none of these gods out here exist. I just have not really dived into evolution. I don't know much about it. It don't From what I do know about it, it don't make much sense to me, but I am still me. I'm open to the information, and if somebody want to share that with me, I may even have a show on that one day. But yeah, man, I feel stronger. You know, I feel stronger having come out of religion. I don't have that sense of fear anymore. Me and Collie was talking about this, that you know how you could be in like at night, you know, you could go down certain neighborhoods and stuff, and you have a different type of fear, and you know, you ain't no punk or nothing, but you just kind of, you know, you being very careful. It's a different type of fear. And when I was in the church, I had that. I had that fear, some sense of something, even if nobody was around and it was dark. It was like something. It's hard to describe. It's like uncomfortable or some insecurity. But when I left religion, I don't know, man. I just don't have it no more. I mean, I'm not careless, but I just don't have it. Like I can go anywhere. I can literally go anywhere.
Hey,
I have no fear.
to quote the song, "You once were blind, and now you see." but
Right, right.
but it's funny how that worked though, because you feel so constricted by this belief, and the weight that comes with it, and I just give you an example. You know, everybody know my queen is still a Christian. And I don't want her to be nobody but who she is. If being a Christian make her the dedicated woman she is to me, as much as some of those idiosyncrasies get on my nerves, but if it keep her being the dedicated woman she done been to me since she was 16 years old, stay that way. But some things in that wheelhouse, it'd be like, because like I told you, I'm very expressive when it comes to sexuality. So I say something like, man, girl, get up on that counter. And she'd be like, boy, and then that Christian conservatism come in, and it's like, babe, hey man, we ain't at church right now. You better get you know what I mean? And so because it's just ingrained, and it's like, baby, I let you take this shit seriously, but we at home, ma. Like stop it. But and then you get, and that's the thing with this particular religion, because you'll get another quote unquote Christian who the hot they threw my ass up on the counter. So you see what I mean? It just
well, let me interject, man. I don't know if your wife know it, and like I said, this is what I do. Have a read and study Hebrews 13:4, because I taught on that too when I was in the church. It's talking about the marriage bed being undefiled, keyword undefiled, meaning if you're married, bro, y'all can do whatever y'all.
I think I don't know if I told you, I done read the Bible several times. and so I hit her with that. Your body is not your own, baby. That's mine. So I'm from the rooter to the tutor. All of that belongs to me. So I hit her with all that, and she be looking at me like, "Oh, you don't even believe it. It don't matter that if I believe it,
but she do.
You believe it. So you got to give it to me. So
But you bring up a good point, because even when you're in Christianity, there are some things that sneak in that go along with the culture of it. It may not be even in the Bible. It's in the culture of it. And you get the perception that certain things are wrong, or even that certain things are okay that you really probably shouldn't do as a Christian. But if you grow up in it, it's that much harder to just come out of it and change. And that's why I believe there needs to be some studies done on maturity of sharing information and not letting your emotions dictate reality. Your emotions don't dictate reality. Truth don't give a damn about how you feel. It just is what it is, what it is. I don't care how you feel. And until we accept that, it'll be hard to get good information, period. You will be lied to, and the lie feel good, because the lie is confirming what you already thought was true, but is really a lie. This is why pastors and stuff can keep lying to people, and they tell them feel good, and then when they don't go right, you can say, well, you ain't have enough faith. You put it back on them. That system of religion, man, it's a brilliant system if you want to control people.
That's real talk. And I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna ask you about a particular group of brothers who I got a lot of respect, love, and respect for. One of which you're very familiar with. A couple of them that you're very familiar with. But before I get into that, I'm gonna stay on this on my favorite subject, this sex thing when it comes to Christianity. And I think I told our brother Andre about it, and I think I told Cap 10K about it. I may have even mentioned it to you on our phone conversation, but I may not have. So I have a cousin, and she gonna call me and curse me out. But I'm gonna when she cursing me out, I'm gonna remind her that she a Christian. Who she's been married now, I think about a year and a half, almost 2 years. And previously she was married for about 15 years, and it ended badly. This was the only person she had ever been with since high school. And she gave her life to God, got married, all of that. Brother cheated over and over again. And, eventually she got tired of it. But she said, that being her only experience and it being pleasing to her, it was a struggle, leaving that situation for multiple reasons, including that. Mm-hmm. So what she did, and eventually she got off. She started studying with a Hebrew Israelite group, backed off of that, got in the church, and she met this brother who's a deacon. Now I'm 45. My cousin is 48, 48 or 49. The brother who she ended up marrying is in his late. He about 10 years older than her, so he about 58 or 59. She met him. They did the courting thing, and you know how it is sometimes in church. You speed this process up because you can't be shackled, right? Mm-hmm. So they didn't get a lot of time to get to know each other, and they didn't let's say test the goods, if you will. Mm-hmm. So this brother, and shout out to the brother because by all accounts he a good dude. Financially, he has helped her like exponentially. I mean, like her dream was always to have her own daycare. Within 6 months of meeting him, she had it. Mm-hmm. And now she's getting ready to open up a second location. The issue is the physical aspect of their relationship. And this is why I got my channel at 18 or older, because I talk about these things. And so this is where religion goes wrong when you trying to build an intimate relationship. This brother believes that the only position that men and women should have sex in is the missionary position. The only place a man should put his mouth on a woman is her lips. And sex is really only for procreation. So if you don't get yours, that's on you. This brother has said this to this woman. And coming off of her other relationship where the brother is all about, it's about you being pleased. She don't know how to handle it. But other than that, he good to her. So she kind of like, and you know a Christian is desperate when she comes to her two non-believing cousins and asks for advice. You see what I mean?
I see.
She know our attitude on the matter. And so, and I'm a person who is very much, I'll put it this way. My motto is she comes first. And so I'm like, bro, sis, I don't know what to I don't know what to say. And the only thing I can say is y'all might have wanted to either communicate this or at the most, like I say, you dip your toe in that pond. What's your take as a former minister on a situation like this where people are advised not to have premarital sex, but when they do have sex, it's a situation like this?
Well, of course, the Bible does say, you shouldn't be engaging in the sex act until you have the marriage, which to me does not work in reality. In nature, we don't see that. Real quick, I was trying to find a text. That's what I was doing here on my phone. It's probably around 1 Corinthians 14. I can't think of it right now, but it says it talks about the husband and wife can make an agreement to not be involved sexually until they come back together again, but it has to be agreed upon time. That text, and this is for her, I guess they married now. That would be for a husband. That text indicates that sex, even in that context, even in the Bible of marriage, is not just for procreation. It's for sexual pleasure. That's written literally into that, because otherwise it wouldn't say that you be not tempted. It's dealing with you going saying, okay, we ain't gonna have no sex for the next week or so, but after a week, we gonna do this. That shows that it's not always about procreation. Um, I think we have done ourselves a disservice in this area, but again, it's under the guise of heaven and hell, and such a fear of being caught up in being wrong with this deity. You will not explore your sexuality because it's such a taboo. We don't talk to our kids about it. And what ends up happening, especially in information age and things being as available as it is on your cell phone, this is gonna really hurt us. And you're gonna start seeing a lot more uh people getting pregnant, and young men becoming fathers a lot earlier, because we don't have these type of conversation and nobody wants to talk about it in the church. Now when you bring up the health issue, I don't know. Well, you already told me, but it's all kind of things when you start to deal with the health issues, and the things that can happen to an individual over time. And if you have not had this understanding about going into it, and talking about where you are with your sexuality, like I don't know where your cousin was like before they got married, but even if you don't engage in the sex, this should have been something that was talked about. One of the teachings I used to do when I was in the church, I used to tell people, imagine if we did what the Bible said. If we literally stayed virgins until we got married, then when you got into the bed with the person, you wouldn't know the difference between good sex, bad sex, because all you know is that person. And it seems that it would be a little bit less tempting, unless you're just that curious person, you just want to go outside. It might be a little bit less tempting because y'all could learn each other together. He never been with a woman, you know that she never been with another man, and y'all could educate yourselves as you go. I like this, I don't like that, and then you continue to move up. But let's just deal in reality. Most
Right.
of us didn't. You know, I'm gonna say probably fortunately now, but when I was a Christian, this would have been unfortunate. It kind of happened early for me. So I learned a lot of things early. Um, so, coming into relationships later on, you already have some working knowledge of what you might be able to do. Now, granted, everybody's different when it comes to sex. Everybody is different, but you kind of have some working knowledge, and you're more comfortable with talking about it too, because it's not a taboo thing. But when you in the church, bro, that's just something that nobody should talk about or deal with. And it bamboozles me, man, when I think about it, because you got people in the church that are shame people that a young lady got pregnant, and they it's hard to shame who she got pregnant from, because we don't show like that. But she done got pregnant, and they'll shame her, and then she ain't getting married. Meanwhile, I'm gonna just throw a number out there. I don't know this for sure, y'all, but I'm sure it's probably over 50% of the married people in the church. They done did something. A lot of us that was born, they conceived. Your mama got pregnant before they got married. Now they might have got married later.
Come
They
on,
might
bro.
even got married before you popped out. But they was
Hey,
doing something.
like
They was
like
doing something.
that's real, and that's why I brought it up, because this woman waited, I think, 9 years before she had sex again after her divorce, and this
Mm.
is what she did. You waited 9 years for this, and it's like, not to tell her to just go sleep with a bunch of people, but damn. And so I'm just like, dang, I feel bad for her, but at the same time, this is one of those things that, while it may seem small to somebody whose sex not important to, but it's a big thing in the grand scheme of that relationship, because she gonna get tired of that.
Yeah,
She
it's gonna wear
she
on
will
her.
get tired of that. It's gonna wear on her.
And our advice was just go, talk to the pastor about it. And once you talk to your pastor and see if y'all can get some kind of counsel.
And the Bible does not dictate position. And I mean, it just don't say that. Even if he want to hold on to the Bible, the marriage bed to be on the fire, it does not dictate. That is his cultural, his tradition, and all of that. I mean, she can do the best she can to stay within his. All right, like what I do when I'm debating people that are religious, I'll even though I don't believe the Bible, but they do, I'll take it and I'll show them where the issue is within it. She gonna have to take that Bible, get really good with it, and help him understand at least that position part, and thinking that it don't say nothing about position in the Bible. It's not there. So
Exactly.
That has to be something he made up culturally, or that's within his tradition. And Jesus ain't gonna fault him for doing what he doing. And Jesus never specify how it needs to be done. That just ain't in there. It just ain't in there.
It's kind of how he was raised and what he was taught on. And this is gonna be my last question.
Oh, let me interject. One thing with the sexual, bro. One thing. Onan. A lot of people, he might even bring up Onan. I think it's spelled Onan, and how he didn't want to get the lady pregnant, so he spilled his seed on the ground. And a lot of people say, well, see, now y'all shouldn't be doing all this other stuff in sex. Okay, biblically, the reason that God killed Onan was because Onan was supposed to be part of the succession of Jesus getting there. So Onan was getting in the way of the promise of Jesus. That's what the whole upset. And so she just has to look, man, we ain't trying to bring Jesus here. You know what I'm saying? So whatever y'all do in y'all bed is what y'all do. Ain't no more savior coming. I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
That's a good example of what people use out of context. But
right.
We got the beautiful, powerful Queen Neo X in the building.
Sis? What's up, Neo?
I got one more thing for you to comment on before we get to our sister. It's a group I'm in called Let's Dialogue, and we got a group of brothers that call themselves the One. We got our brother Robert Ash, Pastor Robert Ash, who I know you're familiar with.
Yeah.
Real good brother. I love that brother. We got our brother Walter Johnson, who was in here earlier, who I know you're familiar with. Love that brother. And then we got a brother I call the Slim Reaper, or Mr. Logic, Leandre, Spook.
Hey, Spook, I ain't gonna say nothing.
I got love for that brother as well, but I know y'all have a acrimonious history. I call them the new guard, or the new breed of Christian intellectuals who are kind of they really like a reaction to Sonetta's House of Consciousness, where you had people like Brother Polite, Shaka Amos, more recently Brother Jabari, Brother Garfield, going at Christianity in such a way that it put them on the defense. And so now they are hyper aggressive with people like Damon Richardson, Pastor Rudy Gay, I forget the other pastor, Eric something. I can't think of his name for nothing, but he got a bunch of books, the Conscious Christianity, the Woke Church, all that. But you got this group, Urban Apologetics. They lined up with with my white brother who been on here, Vocab Malone. They super aggressive in coming at the conscious community, Hebrew Israelites, etc. And they trying to keep that same energy that the conscious community had going at them. And I say all the time that it's more of a reaction to what was being thrown at them. But oftentimes it's directed at people like yourself who not necessarily giving off the energy that they're trying to defend against, if that makes sense.
Oh, it
What
makes sense.
what's your, and then you got people like Robert Ash who actually want to come and have a conversation.
Right.
So what's your reaction to that hyper aggression that you find in the urban apologetics arena? And then what's your reaction to brothers like Robert Ash and having conversations with him?
Okay, so I'm first going to address, and I'll talk about Leandre because I recently had some issues and some words with Leandre. I think that hyper aggressiveness is going to actually work against them, because even with people that don't read their Bible, if they're onlookers, even Christians have an issue with that. They look at their attitudes as arrogant, is prideful, and it is not helping anybody. The whole intent, when the Bible talks about be ready to give an answer for the reason of the hope that is within you with meekness and fear, that means you have to respect the person you're trying to bring to this truth, and you have to be careful about how you present that information. And I'm gonna say this here: last time I had Leandre on, I didn't have no problem with Leandre, and then he just asked us a question out the blue on the thread about whether or not I was short, and I am short. And he asked a question about it, and he tried to equate me being short and short man syndrome and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, bro, we talking about information. Like, where are you coming from? He was just straight up trying to insult, and I think it's going to work against him. The brother has gotten so smart that he's an educated fool, and he tries to get under people's skin. I see his tactic. I see what he's doing, but you're going to have to go and do that with somebody who's emotional. I'm the type of brother that, look, man, you can talk about me all day. If your information is trash, it's trash. You know what I'm saying? You ain't finna get me all riled up. I don't do the internet thing beef. You know what I'm saying? I'm old school with it. If you really got a problem with me, let's close down these cameras and I'll see you outside. That kind of thing. But I think as a whole, it's gonna really work against them when it comes to that hyper aggressiveness. And then there was a second part. What's the second part you asked me?
That the contrast I would say is having somebody like Robert Ash who actually want to have
Okay,
a
yeah.
dialogue.
Leandre actually put me in touch with Robert. Now, when I talked with Robert, it was just what you said. He was trying to have the conversation. He's bringing information. If you're wrong, he's trying to present information as to why you were wrong. And that's all I was initially trying. I don't know the other guys you name. I keep saying Leandre because he was the only one out of the group that I actually know and dealt with. But the contrast is extreme. In my opinion, if I were a Christian, um, Ash is doing it the right way, and that hyper aggressive group, they're gonna push people further away from Jesus by doing that. So, and that's what I'm trying to do. I just want people to come in, even though I'm on the other side of the fence. Let's. Why aren't we all just trying to get to the truth? That's about the best I can say that.
I got you. I got you. And I wanted to make sure I asked you about that. And I build with these brothers almost daily because I'm in that group, and they have shown me a lot of brotherhood. So this not to cast aspersions on any other brothers. They know I got love for them. Those who I didn't name, it wasn't for a lack of credibility or anything like that. It was just I wasn't about to name every last one of y'all. So, but much love to all the brothers in the Let's Dialogue group. Y'all know what it is. And again, this wasn't about attacking nobody. It was just about showing a contrast in the way people go about their apologetics. And again, I think that hyper aggressive stance is a result of the conscious community, particularly Brother Polite, Shaka Almos, and that approach versus what people like our brother Robert Ash do, who genuinely seem to be trying to get an understanding, as opposed to making people look stupid the way it seemed like Polite, Shaka, and others made Christians look stupid in the past. My sister Neo X in the building for the first time on Paradigm Shift TV.
Peace, 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 DMG,
Peace, sis.
peace. And peace, Elijah. Okay. I mean,
Peace.
Elisha, right? Elisha.
Yeah, you can just call me Eli. But yeah, it
Eli.
is Elisha.
Okay, Eli. But so let me just tell you why I'm just like even on here. DMG was trying to set up an interview with me so I can tell my story. And he said your name. And when he said it, I was like, I said, ask him, is he from Jacksonville? And he was like, yeah, I think so, because I first saw you on Cali. The guy you brought up, Cali.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
seen him like a long time ago. I think it was like last year. I don't really follow Cali's page too much because it's too many other people I'm dealing with. But I was like, I gotta talk to him. I gotta talk to him. And I definitely want to make sure it was the same guy I saw on that show, because you did a good job with that debate with the pastor. You debated a pastor on the show.
I probably did. You talking about Pastor Wells?
Yeah, the one that y'all were trying to get to pray with you.
Yeah, yeah, that's Pastor Wells.
Yeah, yeah.
I got him to admit people going to hell and they never heard of Jesus.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes, yes. So yeah, because that was the one I saw. That was two videos I saw of you, and I just wanted to reach out to you and just let you know that it takes a lot of courage to do what you're doing. When I hear ex pastors talk, I really like give y'all praises for being honest. Because some of them don't say anything. Some of them stay in
Yeah,
the lie
thank you.
because it's more for the money, more for the status. They really don't care about the people. But I feel like with you telling people the truth, like, hey, I used to teach this and I don't teach this anymore. I think that speaks volumes of who you actually are, and
Thank you.
I also want to say, like, it was like when you was talking, it was like I could relate to a lot of the stuff you said, especially when you was like you broke down and cried. I went through that actually a few times. I actually had a psychosis moment, trying to understand religion and what it does to how I feel about it and what it was actually doing to my mind. And you even spoke on that on the video with Callie. So, but my next question would be to you, like, what would be your overall mission of what you say you feel like you should focus on now for us helping people with understanding, religious trauma, the psychosis, or people who young like me who coming out of religion and feel like they don't have anyone to talk to? Like, what would you do for that?
I think you asking if you're coming if you dealing with the trauma of
Yeah.
religion.
Hmm.
I think having people that like myself that you can relate to. One of the things I felt when I realized what I was about to go through, I felt alone. Like I was like, there is nobody, because in religion, you have built a circle around all your friends go to the same church. Everything I was doing, Sunday we get out of church, I go sit down in a restaurant. I'm with everybody I just got out of church with, and that's everything. If I did work a job, I'm still when I leave the job, I'm inviting the people on the job to church, and everything and everybody around me was church. But now I'm realizing this ain't it. I'm gonna have to come out of this. So you start to feel alone. So Dewana, my sister that's on here, it's Miss Blackfoot, the barber. She didn't know me from nobody. Like I never met her in my life. And there was this event going down in Carolina, and she just reached out. She said, "Hey, I see what you're going through. I see your story. Why don't you come on and go with us?" And I took her up on it. We didn't even know each other. Now that's my big sister. Like for real, that's my big sister. And I'm just saying, like, you gotta go in there and get your support system. We have to band together. I'm gonna reach out to you even after this live and everything, with you being in the same vicinity. But we have to band together and know you're not alone. There are other people out here that can see that. Even maybe they were never in it, but if you were in it, we can help and work through these things. So I think that is extremely important, is knowing first and foremost you are not alone and that there's nothing wrong with you. When you take information and it works within reality, that is okay. Recognize that belief can be whatever you want it to be in your own mind, but that doesn't make it true when we look at what's out here as far as time, space, and matter, real things, real history, real science, what you can go and test. So we have to know there's nothing wrong with you. Something happened to you. I watch Philip Sharp Matthews sometime, and he talks about slavery. That slavery wasn't something that was our fault. It was something that happened to us. And the same thing with religion. There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with me. Religion is something that happened to us. Okay, it happened to your mom, to your dad, and they were just passing on, doing the best that they could. But now we have the ability, and this happened even in the church, and I'll be quiet when I say it happened even in the church, because if you drop back 50, 60 years ago in the church, a lot of the ministers and preachers weren't going to colleges and universities and learning how to read Greek and Hebrew. They were just simply well-spoken men. They could speak, they could talk real good, and maybe they could read, and they would get up there, and if we're honest, they were able to hold your attention. It sound good. Maybe they were humorous or whatever. They could talk. But now we are going back. We going to school. We got the PhDs, and we're starting to find out. Well, wait a minute. This stuff doesn't mean. Even within the churches, they finding out. Oh, all this teaching years ago, like in the churches of Christ, I can speak on that. No instrumental music in worship. Now they starting to find out. Hey, we shouldn't have taught that. Why are you finding that out? Because you've learned the original language and you've gone further in your education. So that's what I would probably say the first thing. Get you a support system.
Yeah, absolutely. Because like I mentioned earlier, it's definitely emotional when a person chooses that. I really be trying to get believers to understand that it's never an easy decision. I don't know why they just believe that we just woke up and like, hey, I don't believe no more. I keep telling them it's never like that. And I even went through, I wasn't a pastor like you, but I definitely used to teach the Bible, especially when I was caught up in the Hebrew Israelite movement. The long story with that, but I actually did. I know you mentioned that you did more studying. I converted and turned it to something else. I used to go by Sister Zion, and I was something out there. So, but back to like I was saying, like, well, the emotional part of when people say, "Oh, you never believed" or whatever. When that actually happened to me, I actually thought I was being punished by God, because I went to the scripture just saying that maybe reason why I don't believe anymore because I had a reprobate mind. You know what I'm saying? I felt like because I went back living a lifestyle that is not correct according to the Bible, that I was just being punished. And then I went through the emotions. I cried, laid on the floor, asked God to speak to me. I went through all that. So when people say, "Oh, you never believed," and did you who was teaching you? And I was like, hey, it doesn't matter if I believe or not. I'm telling you personally, I reached out to this guy and nothing happened. I laid on the floor in darkness, crying for hours, and nothing. It was silent. So you can't continue to put this on me for why I don't believe in God no more. I kind of put it on the God that you said I should supposed to believe in. And then I felt like I was the black sheep of the family, because once I was open and honest about it, how I felt, family stopped dealing with me. I lost a lot of friends. Like when I was a Christian, I was pretty popular, but once I said I don't subscribe to it no more, I lost a lot of friends. I felt like the black sheep. So that's why I said when I see people like you who basically went through the same thing. I went through the whole matrix phase, like telling people like, how can y'all not see that this is not real? And I give them like logical things, like even what you said about the Adam and Eve. I actually brought that question up on Sarnetta's TV. That was one of the questions that got Sarnetta interested in hearing more from me when I said, did Eve know right from wrong? And they say, how? I said, how could she know if the name of the tree was called the knowledge of good and evil? She wouldn't know that disobeying God would be considered something evil or wrong. And then I also remind people that even in that story, that I really think we weren't designed to live forever, because the other tree in the garden was called what? The tree of life, right?
Tree of life. Right.
So if they already ate from that tree, regardless if they ate from the other tree, they wouldn't have never been able to die anyway. Remember? As soon as they ate it, he guarded the tree. So they must
Hmm.
have never ate from the tree of life. So that's one of the little philosophies that I, bring up about religion and stuff like that. But I always one more thing you said I wanted to mention. Oh, about you saying that you're not being an atheist, right?
Hmm.
So did you kind of like say thought about it, like where you was like, okay, I know I don't believe in the Bible. Should I go all the way like some people do and say, hey, there is no God? Like, why you still kind of hold to a belief that there might be something bigger?
Well, for me, when I go back and think about that, I knew that there were people elsewhere in the world that had beliefs in deities, but they didn't believe in the God of the Bible. So I was like, I can't immediately throw all of that out the window either. Maybe there's something they know that I don't know. But at the very core, even though I don't buy that, Osiris actually lived and Heru was a real person, and I don't buy all of that. I'm all the way down to the root of this. This is where I am, and maybe there's some scientists out there that can help me. Consciousness for me, it's like I know I'm here. I see you. I believe you're a conscious being. I believe DMG is a real guy. He's a being. If nothing else, I know I'm conscious. What is that? For me, it's the question of it. What is that? Now, I also look at the world, and it seems that everything had some kind of beginning. We don't have to know what that beginning is, but there's a beginning. So when I think about that, consciousness seems to be immaterial. I don't know anybody that's narrowed consciousness down to a thing. It just kind of is. So my theory is that consciousness in had to be whatever is in the beginning. So all of this comes out of something. And for me, even the Big Bang, I don't know if that's been disproven wrong or not, but that's what I know or have heard of. Even that, there is an existence of a piece of energy that explodes into everything. And it's like, I just cannot, I don't understand how it could not be from something conscious. Now,
Mm-hmm.
I also tell people I can't prove that. I
Mm-hmm.
can't prove that. I'm not even trying to prove it. I'm not out here doing what, evangelism like in the Christian church on it. That is nothing but the book of Eli 1 verse 1.
That's
that's it. That's all I got. So that's why I can't get down with there's nothing. To me, it just seems there's something because you exist, I exist. And if I were to take it one step further, I take it one step further. I think about this at night sometime. Like whatever that consciousness is, I believe that that consciousness is all of us
mm,
trying to find itself. That may not make sense to anybody on here, but it seems like we're whatever that being is, it's experiencing this reality
mm.
as you, as me, as DMG, whatever that is. Because where do we come from? I don't know where I was before I got here, and when I'm gone, I'm going back to whatever energy. And if energy is neither created nor destroyed, then maybe I'm the same thing I was before I got here. I'll be the same thing when I leave here or a different form of it. I do not know, but you the first person to get me to say this on the live, actually, because I'm just trying to get full disclosure. Because I know it's some people that want to get on me right now. But look, before y'all get on me, I'm gonna tell you right now, I can't prove it. So don't come over here trying to, oh, this Negro trying to. Nah, I ain't trying to prove nothing. I don't know. This is just my thought.
Right. And I appreciate you being honest. That's why I lean over to philosophy. And when people ask me what I believe in, I tell them like, hey, y'all know I really can't prove this stuff, but I like to express ideas and just find a
Yeah.
common denominator of how we think as a people, right? And I kind of look at it like this. I'm a spiritual person, but sometimes that's not enough for people. They want more. They want to understand more what it is that I believe in. So I take this approach, what they call an omnis.
And I kind of have a different definition from what people keep trying to research, but there's other people like me who have the philosophy about omniscience, that we have respect for all religions, but we also believe that all religions are true. And I was supposed to have a debate with someone about this, and he tried, the debate didn't happen, but I was basically trying to say, just like how you worded it, that at the end of the day, all religions are true because it's all going to lead to that one consciousness of who we are. I feel like if there is an intelligent being outside of ourselves, we're proof of its intelligence, because why? We are intelligent. Look how we advance over time. When Jesus supposedly walked the earth, they didn't have cars and red lights and cell phones and stuff, but we are growing, like we're progressing to a more intelligent being, to the point that it's a chance that we might be able to live outside of earth, living on spaceships and stuff like that. So I was like, so that, to me, that's why I believe, and I tell them I can't prove that there is a God, but it's not like the God of the Bible, like an angry man on the throne keeping track of our throne. I believe that God is a consciousness of intelligence, and that it's not concerned about human affairs. It's a concern, it's just to evolve to a higher state. You feel what I'm saying? What energy does. You feel what I'm saying? So I was going to actually break that down. But I didn't get a chance to, but I'm glad you admitted that, because most of the time when I meet people, they tell me I should go atheist. And I was like, yo, first of all, it's not in my blood. I'm tribal. I'm still waiting on my DNA African test so I can even find out which flag I'm going to put up from what part of Africa I'm from. DNG laughing because I'm telling you, if I find anything, I'm putting all the flags, anything they find out about me. But that's how I feel about it. It's consciousness for me. Like, that's the main thing what I embrace for is philosophy. And then I got a couple of mentors that I'm under. I have one guy, he's going to teach me something called sacred science. And right now I'm studying some numerology stuff. And it's pretty cool. I mean, it really helps. It helps you see the intelligence.
That lady right there, Miss Blackfoot, she into that too. My sister Dewana.
Into what?
Numerology.
Yes, I'm studying the number 0 right now, and even that concept blew my freaking mind. Like, little things that we don't think. The 0 is actually the most powerful number out of all the number. The 0. Anything you can't add, take away from it. Anything times it. Anything times 0, 0, divide 0. Like, the biggest number is affinity, but if you multiply times that, it's 0. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
never thought about it that way.
Yeah. And then, like, even when you mentioned about the Big Bang, if I would have had that debate, I was actually going to bring that up to an atheist, that now scientists are saying that they believe that dark matter actually existed before the Big Bang. So so you get what I'm saying? Like, even that is kind of deep, that dark matter is 0, void, and all the major religions claim that we all started in darkness, like 10,000, 20, before they even had telescopes or any type of technology we have today. They even have similar stories that everything started in darkness. So how you can't say that an intelligent being didn't already put this into the consciousness of people's mind. Why do in creation we believe we started off in darkness? So I mean, I don't want to go too far about it, but it's stuff like that.
I just want DNG, I want to say one thing about that darkness. I have wondered since I was a kid. When you look out there and you see space, right? And I've wondered this. This may not make sense to anybody else, but I'm vibing right now. What is that blackness that's out there? What is it? Like, not this, just what is that at the edge? It's black. What is it though? Just ponder that.
Yeah.
Hey, and then it's funny because the sister Neo and I were talking, and we was talking about how every religion or spiritual tradition starts out its story with darkness, whether it's Kemet and the primordial waters, or Christianity,
yes,
or the Aboriginals,
Norse mythology, whatever it is, it starts out in darkness. So that's not a coincidence. So I mean, it is what it is. But do you want to take questions from the chat? I could put the link in. We could let people in one at a time, or do you want to get ready to close it out?
I'm gonna take some questions, and while I got plenty of time. I ain't doing that today. But while we waiting on them to come in, I don't know if y'all can see this on my phone. Can y'all see that?
The great number spirit.
Nurturing spirit of a man. This was a sermon graphic I used on Mother's Day when I had already gotten to where I am, but I was trying to show them because I had read about the coming out of darkness in the Egyptian myths, and I was trying to show them, and what it's saying here, it was coded, and I called it the great nurturing spirit of all men because it was supposed to be Geb, Nut, Shu, and Amen, the initials. I couldn't tell them what I was doing, but I was hoping somebody would see what I was doing and come to me after my service and ask some questions so I could go there. And I had one do it.
Yeah.
I had one do it. She came and she asked me, what about the Exodus? Did it really happen? I said, you ready for this? And basically I told her it didn't happen. Not too long ago after that, she actually went to Egypt. She went to Egypt and learned some things. And I have a you know how they have the little lockets that you could put ashes in. I've never been over there. I always wanted to go since I was a little boy. And it's shaped like a bullet, and I have it in my room back there. It's shaped like a bullet and it's got an ankh on it. And what I told her to do while she was over there, I said, I want you to do something that they did in the Bible when Naaman went to Elisha. I think it was Elijah or Elisha. He said, hey, when I go back home, the king gonna make me worship his God, even though I know the real God is over here with you. He said, but can I take some dirt from this land where the real God is? And I don't want nobody to get it twisted. I'm not saying God is in Egypt or I believe none of that, but I always wanted to go there. I asked her, she said, hey, we are in the, I think she was in the tomb of either Akhenaten or she was in Hatshepsut area. I said, can you get me some dirt and bring it back to the US? And she did it. She put it in a water bottle, and I still have the dirt from the tomb of Akhenaten and the temple of Hatshepsut, and I put it in that locket. And then whenever y'all see me with my little silver chain, that's what's hanging from my chain.
That's what's up. That's deep.
That's what's up.
Absolutely.
So we got the link in the chat. We're gonna see if anybody want to come in.
Y'all come on in. Come and talk to the brother. But why people decided they gonna come in tonight? I got a quick question for Elijah. Hey, I got this theory that I think the Israelite God might be a dragon. What you think about that? I got this little theory that it's some form of serpent or dragon. Like I gotta do some more research of the esoterical meaning stuff, but I think the Bible kind of alludes that it could be a dragon.
What I haven't heard that. The closest thing to that I have heard is when I was looking at the Enuma Elish stories. Mm-hmm. And I was wondering, everywhere we go, if you think about it, everywhere we go, pretty much every culture has some type of understanding of a serpent. Mm-hmm. In Australia, they have the rainbow serpent. Yep. In Mexico, they have Quetzalcoatl, which is the feathered serpent. Yes. You know, when you go to Asia, they got the dragon is basically a flying serpent. This is why it's not a stretch for me to think that the whole Sumerian thing could be the case, because everybody has that. And even Jesus, that's the one. Mm-hmm. So Moses, he picks up this stick and there's a serpent on it. And Jesus even says, just like Moses lifted up the serpent. And I had to wonder, well, wait a minute, Jesus, why are you giving yourself as a parallel to a serpent? And then this very serpent was something that people were supposed to look at in order to get healing. So there is some mystery, and there's a guy you can go. I don't know, you may know him because just talking to you, his name, he is called the Real Merkaba.
Yes.
Man, look. That brother right there.
I just bought his one. He just did a sale last week where it's a one-time fee and you have access to his whole library. Yeah. I went on and bought it. I was like, yeah, I got to jump on that
because he was saying that he didn't have it, but he was saying the same thing about these serpents being in all of the history and the foundation of all of these different religions. So I wouldn't see an issue with what you're saying about Jehovah possibly being a dragon, because maybe they all are. I mean, that there's maybe that's what they were called. There's another guy who talks about the dragon Moors. What's Kevin on YouTube? His name is Kev, and he
Kevin
does a
Wesley.
lot. No.
Okay.
I'm sorry, not him.
Okay.
I have to send you a link when we link. I have to send you something. But he does a lot of talk about the dragons and what they're showing us in the movies and things, and how the dragons was really the melanated people, the seed of the melanated people, and they possess knowledge that was beyond. And one last thing before I go, or not go, but one last thing before I shut up. All right, Genesis 1. When you look at about verse 24 and 25, it talks about God gave somebody everything. He says you can have these trees that bear fruit, and he gave them the whole earth. And this was one of the things that that day when I was crying for 3 hours that hit me. He gave some people everything in Genesis chapter 1. But then when you get to chapter 2 and verse number 4, it changes from being the Elohim. It said God said in chapter 1, that's Elohim. And God said, that's Elohim, Elohim, Elohim. When you get to chapter 2 and verse number 4, it says Yahovah Elohim. And I was like, wait a minute. In school, they taught us when the Bible is repeating, pay attention. And when it changes, pay attention. Why change from just saying God said, which is the Hebrew word Elohim, to Yahovah Elohim? And what this showed me, something different is happening. And when it used the word garden in Hebrew is an enclosure. All right, here's where I'm going with that. Because these people in the enclosure were not allowed to have every tree. The people in chapter 1 were allowed to have every tree. These people in chapter 2 were put in an enclosure. This indicated to me that there are some people, even if you break this Bible all the way down, before Adam and Eve, that are the true people of earth. These people over here in chapter 2 is something else totally different. Now we probably ain't got time, but my brother, maybe we have another talk about that another time. And
have to talk about that.
that's some stuff.
Come on. Yeah.
But DMG, you see why I wanted to talk to this brother?
Exactly. Now we got somebody that hit the link, but before I introduce him, I got to play this right quick.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
So we got Lex Vortex in the building. What's up, bro?
Vortex.
Peace. What's going on, beloved? Can you hear me?
What's up, family? I hear you.
Peace, Vortex.
Peace, man. Yeah, I heard y'all building on the subject I like, so I just decided to chime in. I like a lot of what the brother was saying. I think a lot of this is very simple in terms of just becoming literate in symbology. You know, like all the confusion about the Bible and God, and I think comes from just people not being fluent in symbology. Like those symbols and motifs represent something in all religions, races, creeds, color. The foundational of those symbols are the same. So, so whether you're in Christianity in the Bible, whether you're in the Voodoo system in Africa, whether you're in Egypt, the symbolism of the serpent is consistent. The symbolism of trees are consistent. So I think it comes down to just religion, organized religion is different. So they don't deal with the principle. And I think if everyone dealt with the principles and the symbols behind religion, we would all see that we were saying the same thing. Like, so the serpent always represented in any system God's creative sexual electric power. Yeah, I mean that's but we just get trying to. Sometimes I think we just get either too deep or we just get away from the principle. You see the same symbolism in Hinduism. It's God's electric sexual creative power. You know what I mean? That symbolism hasn't changed much. So, and I just want to say in terms of God, because I heard people talking about this God exists and what God is. In all true philosophy, in all priesthoods from Egypt to whatever, God is a force that permeates every atom in the universe. It's the mysterious force behind all matter that no one will be able to box in or pinpoint. You know what I'm saying? And so the proof of God is in this function. It lives within us. We have the ability to create the same way that the God in these stories do. We have the same ability. And the teachings of Jesus taught the same thing. We are the embodiment. We are the proof of that consciousness that everyone is talking about. So I think it comes down to a really simple thing that in some of these ancient priesthoods, it was all about you. And I think that's where things get misinterpreted. When you're reading these religious stories about Moses, Abraham, Jesus, it's talking about you. And even the stories, the different experiences is talking about the evolution of consciousness. Like when you read the Bible, it start off with Adam, and then it goes through all these different characters, and you see an evolution to this person called Jesus, who becomes the embodiment of this of this power that people label as God, and it's talking about the human potential where we can go to, where we just like the sister was saying. This evolving consciousness. That's what we represent. And so as long as we're evolving, we know that is a real force. If it's stagnant, then we don't know God. That's how we know people in religion don't know God, because they've been talking the same way for 100 years. Unless God is something that stops moving and evolving, then you got the wrong God. And who would want a God like that? You know what I'm saying? I be telling people like, yo, that's like, you should not be the same person you was last year or 10 years ago if you know and believe in God. Because you should be evolving toward that perfection, toward that, so-called Christ consciousness, where you're no longer guessing where there's a God. You actually performing and showing and proving what God is through you and what you're able to manifest. But I don't want I just want to chime in on that. Peace to y'all. Peace, man.
Peace,
Hey,
bro.
Peace,
hey, y'all
Vortex.
each of y'all take a couple of minutes to respond, and then we got the one and only MVP Chris Harris in the building.
You
I
can
mean,
go first, sis.
I really don't have much because I'm just getting to know who Vortex is, and I just been checking out his videos, and it seemed like I really like how he's a very deep thinker, and I really like how he breaks down consciousness, because even when I was trying to explain to someone being an omnist, they was like, how can I say all religions are true? And I tell them, don't all rivers lead to the ocean, right? So if this God is a very intelligent God, it can express itself in a million different ways. You can't limit God, of what you think God is. I just don't think that this God is the physical form, like in the Bible, like something like that, or the Hindu, where they kind of humanize this God. You know what I'm saying? But I do believe in consciousness. I do believe in energy and all that stuff. So I really agree with a lot of stuff that Vortex said. I mean, he always get deep. So I look forward to checking out more of your videos, Vortex. So
Thanks, appreciate it. I like to real quick. I think definitions is very important in terms of the way we view this thing. I like to see God. I like to call it the original substance from which all other substances come from, right? So see how simple that is. So like in Egypt they got what's that, the beetle they call
The dung beetle.
Nebkaru, right, or whatever, and
Oh
all
Kepler.
yeah,
form,
Kefir. Mhm.
yeah, all things form out of this one substance. So when people look for God, this is what I'm saying, like you can't, whatever you're looking at awareness and consciousness manifested. So not having that consciousness is why people are still looking for God. When I see you, I see God. When I see the trees, I see God. When I see the animals, I see God. Even the evil that I see is God malfunctioning. There's really no evil, you know what I'm saying, in terms of the way we see things. It's just something not following the universal laws that was set up by original substance. So what we're trying to do is align with the original perfection, which is what religion is supposed to be. You know what I mean? So um there is no, even we know scientifically today, there really is no separation of things. So everything is a part of what we call the quantum field. And that is the awareness that everything exists in. There's a verse in the Bible that says, in him we move, live, and have our being. That's the awareness that encompasses everything. Now, if I'm God, if I'm the original substance, I can't create nothing without myself being put into it, because there's nothing to grab from. So whatever I create has to be an emanation of the same substance as me, taking a different form. So therefore, when you have a complete consciousness of oneness, everything you see is evidence of what we call God. It's just, I don't like the term God. I think people get caught up in that term God. But we're talking about the original substance that nothing can escape, that all things exist within and without. And that substance manifested the universe under fixed laws. And when we're in
Mhm.
tune with those laws or that Torah, then we live in harmony. Now, when you go outside of those laws, that's what we get what we call evil or ignorance. Just like, the laws of nutrition for the body is laws that this consciousness set up. If you break the laws of nutrition, it's not evil doing nothing to you. We'll call it the devil. You see what I'm saying? Same thing with people. If we knew that your brother and sister were exact manifestations of the divine, then we would have no we couldn't help but respect and love each other. But since we see separateness and people put God in the sky and put him over here and over there instead of inside of their fellow being, that's where all the problems on earth began. That's why you got separation. That's why you got flags and countries and states and races and different religions. Anybody that claims they have a religion and respects God in the sky more than they respect me, I know they don't know God. You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion, but I don't want to talk too long, y'all. Go ahead.
Let me say first of all, I think that's some good thoughts. I have not gotten that deep yet, but I did have a thought probably a little over a year now, that allows me to get on that level and listen to what you're saying. And it came from Exodus 3:14, where Moses is asking God, who do I tell them that sent you? And it says, and God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am, have sent unto you. And if you check my Facebook page, I put that up and I underline, I am that I am. And I underline, I am again. And then the last word in that 14th verse is you. And I read that like this: I am that I am. I am you. That's literally what I underlined about 2 years ago. So that allows me to at least listen to what you just said, brother. It makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I am is the ultimate, you know, which goes back to what the Greeks, said. I think, therefore I am, which they got from Egypt, Nuke Puck Nuke. I am that I am is the ultimate center of consciousness. What's happening with Moses is the principle that the priesthood is writing this story is Moses is actually discovering who God is. And they say he's asking him his name. Why? Because the word name means nature, just like when you put your signature on something. So
Mm-hmm.
Moses is coming into a self-realization about his own power, about what exists in him, like knowing the nature of what he is and getting to know the creativity and power of this thing that exists inside of him.
Let me not to cut y'all wisdom, but let me bring in a man who I still believe to be undefeated in debates, and so with that being said, I gotta play this before he come in.
Is there no one else?
I love that movie, man.
MVP Chris Harris, what's up with you, bro? Is our brother muted? MVP, you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I'm not gonna get into having a discussion on who God is or what God is or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's gonna have their own philosophy pertaining to what they believe the divine nature of God is. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has their own philosophy towards it. It's just interesting to hear everybody's take on it. And one thing I'm beginning to see with these religions all teach is to love thy brother. You know what I'm saying? There is no Garden of Eden. That is a story of the mind. There is no Jesus because I'm Jesus. I'm the Christ. I'm the Heru. I'm the Asar. You understand what I'm saying? All of these functions, religion itself, they were taught in ancient priesthoods to give people a destiny. They weren't meant, nor are they taught to be literal. You know what I'm saying? They were never meant to be that way. Once you start teaching it to be literal, that's when you begin to have trouble. You know, me, I've been on Clubhouse all morning. It's a never ending fight. You know what I'm saying? And the best thing we can do is just try to help heal those who take this stuff literal. You know what I'm saying? The sun itself is the greatest resurrection story mankind has ever known. You know what I'm saying? Because it literally resurrects. So with that being said, I'm gonna give it back to the panel. I don't have much to say about the conversation and all, but it is what it is.
Gotcha. I just have to drop a bomb for him anyway. Go ahead, Elijah. It's back on you, bro.
No, I was gonna say, I appreciate what the brother said. By the way, that was Troy, right? That movie that come from the movie Troy, right? Is there no one else? Yeah. I like those kind of movies, man. That one, Gladiator, stuff from that era, man. I love them kind of movies. But no, I respect what he just said because I'm feeling that. I can't think of anything he just said that did not resonate with what we've been doing here and where we at. And like he said, everybody has this different understanding of God, or will say some different things. But yeah, you will find that throughout them all. At least all the ones I've looked at. Love your brother. We should definitely see that. So yeah, thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
G, can I just say something real quick before you go to the person that just came in?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Do y'all mind if I just philosophize real quick? It's not gonna be long. I understand that people have their different interpretation of what God is or their concept of why people believe. But the reason why I got into philosophy, because I have this theory of mine that I think you were designed to believe in whatever it is you were supposed to believe in, that it was going to be written in your essence. Because I believe in this whole destiny thing too, and I feel like if a person was born in Asia, they were destined to become a Buddhist or whatever it is they believe in, or somebody. And I feel like that some of these things are not within our control. You know what I'm saying? I feel like whatever this intelligent being or divine being of whatever is purposely expressing itself like that, because before a divine intelligence to know everything has to experience everything. We have to see it in different forms. You know what I'm saying? We have to understand Jesus and the Allah and then Krishna. You feel what I'm saying? Like the ideal of the imagination of a man's mind. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm the type of person that I adopt the omnis perspective, because I try to not focus on trying to convince someone that their beliefs is not true. I honestly believe that they were designed to believe in that. And when the divine purpose, y'all know what's the guy named Dick Gregory? He got this quote where he says, when the universe calls on you and you put on the magic glasses, you just start to see things how they are. You know what I'm saying? And then you can never take them off. I feel like there are some people like me and others like Vortex who our intelligence, or what they call spiritual intelligence, we start evolving beyond the religion. Like we can see everything as a whole picture. So that's how I feel about religion when people, kind of like bash it. I actually don't see it as a bad thing. I think they were designed, just like you didn't control when you was born. You didn't control your parents. You don't control if you're going to be tall, short. Your DNA did all that. So I think we have to trust in whatever this creator is, to trust in the process of why it's doing it the way it's doing it, and why we express ourselves the way we do here on earth. So that's kind of like how I feel, y'all. Not to go too deep, but that's how I feel. But thank you, DMG.
That's what's up, sis. That's what's up. And coming to the stage next, we got our brother. We call him the Reverend Dollar B. Green, the man who taught me that as sure as a wino got his flash, God, the devil ain't nothing but God in a ski mask. My brother Andre, what's up with you?
Up? Yeah, I just wanted to say, man, this was a great show, man. This was probably one of the best. Now, all your shows are good, DMG. You know me and you, Bill. But this was a great show. You got the chance to connect with Eli. Eli got a chance to connect with Neo and Chris Harris. And like Chris Harris said, if you go to the Far East, if you go to China, if you go to Japan, if you go to a lot of these places that I was lucky enough to see, they'll tell you, like, a lot of their teachings or schools of thought is literally enlightenment, right? It's literally for you to give you something. I don't want to say it's enlightenment, and it's a little like it just takes you to a level of giving you a little bit more to live for when you talk about these schools of thought and these mythologies that man has always erected, no matter what the geographical locale, was. And that's what's important. But yes, it's a circular argument when anytime you're trying to take someone, out of their beliefs. Listen, no one escapes but by themselves, period. You're never going to escape any of these deities unless you find a way to escape it. Now, there's someone that can shine a little light on you. There's someone that might can hand you a key to those handcuffs, but only you going to unlock it. That's just the bottom line, right? It's just going back to what you said to me the other day, DMG, some of the best conversations me and you have on the phone has nothing to do with any religion or deity, right? Because it's real life, everyday life, clothes, food, and shelter. So I wanted to shout out Eli, man. That was a great show you put on today. Great interview on both sides. So just wanted
Thanks
to say
for connecting us, Dre. I really appreciate you, bro. Thanks for that.
Man, nothing, man. Listen, the bill is in the mail, brother. I got your address, brother. So you good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But keep doing your thing on all sides, man. And listen, knowledge of self is for thyself. Some things that I might learn may not be in accordance to you, and vice versa, right? And that's just the thing about putting us all together, man. Trying to just have us one unified. We're all teachers and schools of ourselves, right? We're gonna learn from each other every day, right? Eat the meat, spit out the bones. So that's it.
Real talk. And the funny thing about Dre, like low key, he is probably the most down to earth uniter of people on the planet. Like, I remember the brother first reached out to me. We was talking about Brother Polite and the shenanigans that this. I ain't gonna even go there. But anyway, he reached out to me and we vibed on our mutual disdain for foolish behavior, right? And we just been vibing ever since. But I reached out to him a couple of weeks ago. A brother of mine had been looking to get his story out And I had reached out to several brothers, and it was like, yeah, we'll get to it. I hollered at Dre. He was like, hey, man, I got you. Made a phone call. Next thing you know, my brother was on the channel telling people about his story, what he had been through, etc. Within 2 days. Same thing with this situation. Yeah. He talked to the brother, knew it'd be somebody I'd be interested in talking to, put me on, etc. So now I find myself extending that same type of sentiment to people who want to link up. Like my sister Neo wanted to link up with my brother Elijah with no hesitation. Yeah. So, and that we just got to play stuff like that forward. So I appreciate the brother for being who he is and giving me that same motivation to make sure I play that same thing forward.
Yeah, I mean, and like I told you before, like it costs us nothing to be unified. It costs you nothing. I don't have to agree with everything a DMG says, even though me and DMG are both heathens, and that gives me an idea, DMG. I'm gonna say it on air, but I think I'm gonna tell you afterwards. I got my mic and stuff set up now, so when I'm not with Obsession, I want to do a show with me, you, and Gabar, and call it Two Heathens and a Hebrew, because me and you think the same, right? and we're gonna have Gabar so we'll talk about trending topics. So me, I'm a troll, so I'm gonna say what I want. and we're gonna have Gabar take out the Captain First Horse.
No doubt.
To the Hebrew, yeah, we're gonna do that. That's gonna be
I want to see that. That's gonna be
we're
funny.
Gonna tear the internet up with that, bro. Like I told Gabar, I use chapter and verse to get women, so we're gonna use it. But nah, what I was saying. So yeah, like like I was telling you the other day, DMG is like, me being around, especially overseas where a lot of people with money, whether it be from the so-called Jewish school of thought or Islamic, right? One thing Islam says I do for my brothers, I do for myself. One thing Judaism says I spend 50 shekels with my brother before I spend a shekel with another, right? Because we the only ones that's fractured, right? And scared of putting people on because we feel like we fought for this position. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I hated Polite so much, because I knew once I got around Polite, I knew he wasn't smart. I'm like, oh, you just crafty. You're a con artist. You speak with confidence. You're a con man, right? Whereas me, quiet as kept. That's why I even jumped on Eli's shows the last couple of times to see if I still had it, because I had retired. And you know that personally, DMG. Like 2 years ago, I used to be on Sonnet and all these people tearing up books. But I was like, once I started getting into money and, and reinventing myself, like, I didn't worry about that. The point I'm making is like, all these conversations, when you're talking about a school of thought or a person's religion, it always divides us. So I always try to be the one in between the lines that brings us together. You feel what I'm saying? Because that's the difference. Because at the end of the day, I can care. Listen, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Y'all can call me whatever y'all want. I'll put on a hijab in a minute in Dubai to get that money. You know what I'm saying? I was just in Stockholm getting some money, so I don't care. Like, no one's gonna stop me from aligning myself with every culture and with every. I ain't gonna say school of thought because I'm an atheist, but with every anything that's gonna make my network greater, I'm always gonna do. So if that means connecting y'all to, or connecting a pastor with an imam, or connecting a rabbi, it don't bother me. Because to be honest with you, no offense to no one believe, I look at it like X-Men. Oh, you're X-Men, and you part of Professor X, you a Christian, you believe in that one. That's it. I don't really care about that stuff no more. I got a higher calling, man. That's to bring my polygamy camp to the highest level.
Hey, can I ask the brother a question?
So you know what I say? My religion, sex is my religion, and a black woman's yoni is my God. So
listen, hey, DMG, you know my slogan. At the Andre School of Financial Literacy and Polygamy Science, we're more than just vagina. So I don't care, bro.
Man, y'all so funny. I love it though. Yeah.
Hey, can
So,
I ask the brother a question?
yes, sir.
Now, I heard you say you was an atheist, but then I heard you
100%.
say, talk
Say what?
about expanding your network
My
and
network.
having
Yes, sir.
and having a higher calling.
No, I said to increase my value.
And you said you had a higher calling.
I didn't. If I did, I totally take that back. If I said I had a higher calling, if I said I had a higher calling, then I just meant to increase my value. I'm only as strong as the brother next to me.
All right.
Nah, Dre, remember
Now,
you just said that when you was being sarcastic. You know how you was being
Oh yeah,
sarcastic.
you know I go off the top of the dome,
oh,
DMG.
okay.
Yeah,
What
bro.
is,
I don't. Yeah,
so what is
Dre
the
say some stuff. If you don't know Dre, you gotta listen real close when
But go
Dre.
ahead, sir. Ask your question. I think that's Lex Vortex. Go ahead and ask,
yeah,
brother. Go ahead, sir.
but
But what?
the innate
Mm-hmm.
will that you have to expand.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you say I'm gonna expand my network, why
Mm-hmm.
is expansion even in your consciousness? Why not just sit around and live and I don't know, just eat off a tree
I
or
don't.
something and just
What? Okay, so I guess for me, I don't know. This is definitely not the answer you want. But for me, it's like, yo, I seen the world 2 times over, and I'm a citizen of this planet, right? I want to be everywhere but the electric chair. I want to dominate. It's just me. I'm just an ambitious person. I wouldn't attribute to a higher being. Why would I do that?
no. So you believe that
Uh-huh.
your thoughts and your intentions and what you the way you want to see the world expand.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna say, where's that coming from? Your brain?
Yes, 100%. So
Okay.
it's like
So
that's is. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Hmm.
so what you're experiencing, you're saying is just in your brain?
Yes, I am saying that.
Okay.
I don't.
I,
What are you trying to? What are you trying to infer, right, or elucidate by saying that? Like, what are you trying to illustrate by asking me that?
Yeah, I'm curious. Like what, Lex, where else would it?
Because Lex, like anyone else, right? I once was a believer. I don't even acknowledge the concept of God, right? So, but I similar to something you said earlier. I'll acknowledge, meaning that you're God. Like I always say, the helping hand of God is at the end of your wrist. I see God every day when I look in the mirror, but I also see God in you. Even though I don't know, I'm not going to speak for you, but let's just say someone in the listening audience believe in their deity, right? I still look at them as God, right? Ye are gods, we shall die as men, whatever you want to, get into. But no, do I acknowledge God? I do not. So
right.
I think I control. One thing I will say, there's 2 different things. There's outside factors. There's intrinsic and extrinsic factors of your ability to do things. If you're born in poverty, as most of us in the confines of America that considers ourselves Black, or in Eli case, he calls himself indigenous, right? We are the bottom of every economic indicator in this country, right? So our upward mobility is slightly different from other ethnicities' upward mobility, right? But the one thing we can do, whether you believe in God or not, or acknowledge God or not, is kind of like change your approach to things. I could be an a-hole and say to DMG, no, I ain't putting you with Eli. Let me get some money. There's people in this community that accept money for phone calls and linking people up. I would never do that, right? Just like me, when I teach people stocks and investing every Wednesday, right? I don't charge them anything. You know why? Because the same money I'm charging them is the same money they can use as a seed to invest. So if I take all your money from the beginning, how you ever going to invest, right? So the gift I give is the little bit I have. You can't pour out of an empty cup. But if I could make Lex Vortex stronger with just a infinitesimal speck of knowledge that I might possess, you might be able to do the same for me, which makes us both
Right.
gods.
Why do you see? This is what I'm
Hey,
getting at,
hey,
though.
real quick, y'all. Neo had a question. I don't know who she had it for,
Okay.
but she had a
No,
question.
I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead.
go ahead and let Vortex go, and then I'll go after Vortex.
All right, go ahead.
Now, real I was just gonna say, like, I think I hear what the brother's saying. That's all right stuff. But what I'm just getting at is what is, because there's many people who don't care about helping people out or nothing.
That's them. That's them.
So, but I'll get back to it. Go ahead, sis.
Well, listen. Okay, in everything you see, right, Lex, and stop me if I'm wrong, right? Because I can get into this stuff as well. But in everything you see, right? Let me ask you a question. What is X-Men without Professor X and Magneto? What is it? Does it even make sense, right? Why? Because Magneto represents the physical world, right? He controls the atmosphere and the stuff, the iron, the stuff under it, right? And then you have another man who uses a more sensitive approach, right? Protagonist, antagonist, right? There's always going to be good. There's always going to be what's perceived bad, correct? So, exactly. So this is what I'm telling you. So I'm one of the people that say, hey, I see a lot of fucked up shit. I ignore it. Me and DMG, listen, Lex, no offense to you, bro, but like me and DMG knows, I know all these motherfuckers. I'm part of my language. I know all these dudes that you see on YouTube on a personal level, like the black of my hand. And we just laugh because we understand who they are. Some are genuine and some aren't. But that's just life. Yeah. That's just life, right? Mm-hmm. Like me, I might like, I'm big on working out every day, right? I wake up every day and say, how can I get richer, wiser, stronger, right? Some people are not driven. Like one of my sister brother-in-law said, Andre, I wish I could be like you and go to the gym every day. He said, but I got a disease. MOM, money over muscles. So everyone is going to be different, right? Everyone's going to have a different approach to how they get to this roadmap called life. That's kind of like how it works. I don't attribute to anything outside of that person other than that person. That's it.
Right. That's interesting.
I can go now, or?
Yeah, go ahead, sis.
Okay. What's the name of the guy who was just speaking? Who said he's an atheist?
Andre.
All right. So, quick question, Andre. You say you're an atheist, right? Do you believe in free will?
Yeah. That's what I just pretty much explained to Lex Vortex. Meaning, okay. I took the free will to be to try to be what one may presume as a decent person.
Right. And then you being an atheist, you say you don't believe in a divine force outside yourself.
I don't acknowledge it. I don't even use the word believe when it comes to that stuff. You know why? I'm gonna tell you a little secret, Mom, and you'll get this when I want to show you something, right? One of my favorite books, one I think it was either Lex Vortex or Chris Harrison was talking about. I think Therefore I Am. It was Lex Vortex, right? In the Key Valiant, it says everything is thought. God is thought. Everything starts with a thought, right? But this one I'm telling you, right? I want to show you something. If you look at it, most New Testament Hebrew Israelites, 9 out of 10 of them comes from church, right? You know what that means? That means Christianity that was taught to them didn't make sense to them. But then when somebody else taught them what is, as I like to call it, 5% Christianity, the Hebrew Israelites, the white man's the devil, right? Then you know what it did? It made sense to them, right? Because that's just how things work sometimes. Like, and I'm telling you this, I say all that to say this to you, right? You say you recently left religion. I don't know how long, right? But in my case, when I've left the God concept in 2013, I studied. I learned Arabic. I learned Greek, right? I learned Fusa. I learned all that shit, right? And then, you know what I used to do every day? Walk around and try to rip Jesus, Allah, and everybody's chest out their heart. And then I woke up and said, what am I doing? Point I'm making is, though, I had to get rid of the whole concept of God to me first, right? Because if you just say I left Christianity, but there's a creator, you know what somebody can say to you? Well, yeah, Christianity's not the right God. That wasn't the right God. Here's my God. And then you take that one. And then what happens when you find out that wasn't real? What you gonna do then? You gonna be mad again and then rip that God out of people's chests? And then you say, well, there's still a creator. And then somebody else will say, here's another one for you. And, oh yeah, that makes sense. Do you understand what I'm saying, Neo?
Yeah, but I definitely wasn't finna go there. I was wanting to get to my point.
Okay, well, excuse me.
No. And I mean, I get it. had this conversation numerous times. So this is what I wanted to say. Like, I know when atheists say that, you know, they don't acknowledge or they lack belief or whatever, at the end of the day, you're just, I call it convinced. At one point,
That's why I don't acknowledge.
yeah, but at one point you were convinced that there was a God, and now you're not convinced based off the study and the evidence that you have. So reason why I asked
Well,
you,
you are. I have to cut you off now and say to you that you are totally wrong. I was never convinced. I was given a proximity of my mommy and daddy, who mother and daddy, who mother and daddy.
I don't
gave
really
to
want to
them.
go semantics because I don't want to go too far.
Well,
of what
you.
the
Well,
question-
listen.
Andre,
No disrespect.
I'm not
Neil.
trying to. This is
Listen,
really not.
Neil. I'm not. Neil. Listen. I'm not. No,
Like
I'm
I
gonna
said,
let you get
I'm
it
not
out.
trying to debate with the brother. I was
Neil, I'm not
getting to a
debating with
point, but I don't want to go too far
Neil.
off where I wanted to go with him. Like
Neil,
I'm not here to.
Okay. I'm not debating with you. What I'm saying is,
He cut me off when I talk. So it
all right,
sounds
I'll mute my mic.
Real quick. So me, go ahead, Neil.
all right. Well, I need because I'm finna. This is why I was gonna because I want to engage with him. So I'm finna ask him another question because I wanted to get down to the consciousness thing. I didn't want to go into, you know, did he believe or not believe? I was just making a broad statement, but I don't want to stay on that. So to get back on the consciousness thing, you say you don't believe in. You don't believe in, you believe that we have free will and you don't believe in a divine consciousness. So this will be my next question is to you. What is your favorite, what food that you do not like to eat? Is there a food that you just can't stand, that you just don't like it? Like, what is that? Like, for example, mine's the sweet peas. I hate sweet peas. Like, what's something that you don't like?
You want me? Well, let's just say I don't eat beef or pork. Go ahead.
No, not that. Something you choosing, like something you don't like. Like I don't like sweet peas. I hate that.
Okay, I don't like anything that's like banana or coconut.
So you don't like the flavor of coconut, right?
Correct.
So when you first when you first decided to eat coconut for the first time and you tried it, did you make a decision not to like coconut, or did your brain say to your tongue, I don't like this. This is food, but we don't like this. Did you make that decision not to like coconut?
Yeah, I made that decision. I didn't like coconut.
So you made a decision before you put that coconut in your mouth that you wasn't gonna like it, or did something in your brain say?
No.
So what?
I had to taste it in order to know I didn't like it, right?
All right. So you tasted it, right? And then what happened? Something told you didn't like it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So did you make that choice not to like it, or did your brain tell you didn't like it?
I think and I'm not being funny at all because I seen you kind of turned up. All I'm saying is the brain transmitted to me that I did not like it.
But did you make the free will choice not to like coconut?
Yeah, after I tried it, I made the choice that I don't like it.
So
because what if I tried it tomorrow and I liked it?
But it was already established that when you first tried it for the first time, did you make a decision? Like, I'm trying to get you to think about my question and what I'm saying. The point of me saying that there's nothing wrong with coconut. Coconut is a food. It's nutrition. Some people, they gain benefits of why they, coconut is basically healthy.
Right.
And I'm trying to say, are you convinced that you think that you made the choice before you even knew what coconut tastes like, that before you put it in your mouth, you said, I'm going to choose not to like this. You put it in your mouth and you didn't like it? Or did something in your subconscious mind come into you and say, hey, this is not food. I don't like this?
Yeah, nothing in my subconscious mind told me I didn't like it. I tried it and I said, well, I just don't like the flavor. Although I understand the healthy modalities of coconut, right? It just doesn't. I'm not a citrus fruit person. I'm not for example, a lot of people like watermelon, right? I tried watermelon. I never liked it, right? But when I work out, I take citrulline malate, which is found in watermelon, right? And I add it to my pre-workout. But I'm gonna, like I said, I don't understand. No offense to you, I don't understand why I got turned up like that, because I was just trying at first you were doing semantics and I was just trying to match it. I wasn't even trying to fight with you. But the point I'm making is, no, hold on, Lex. But the point I'm making is that when you said I was convinced, right? And I never was convinced because I never had the option. My mom, when I was 3 years old, said, "You going to church, right?" So how can I be convinced? I was handed an option, right? So for example, DMG said black people are the most addicted. You know, we don't want to give up our God, but then, like I said, it's the Afghanistans because they would strap a bomb to their body, right? Ain't too many of us strapping a bomb to our body in the name of Jesus Christ, right? In Christianity, right? So for me, that's just me. But go ahead. I'm sorry about that, sister.
Well, I would wonder if you ever prayed. Have you ever prayed once, even though you were
I
forced?
prayed a million times.
Okay, so when you prayed, you was convinced that you were doing the right thing. This is something you need to do to help you in your situation, right? That's why
I
I
would
mean,
be totally transparent with you. I was a very sick child, right? And like I told Eli on his show the other day, I had full rheumatoid arthritis, right? I prayed every day, right? And my joints used to lock, like I'm talking about lock. And then, when I was able to leave the hospital, I used to have to see a specialist every Wednesday. He used to put my arm on an angle measure, a protractor, to make sure I could extend my arm, right? And then one day it went to a complete 180, which means I no longer had it. You know what he said to me? He was like, "What?" He said, "What spook doctor you go to?" And I looked up in him, and I was in what, third grade, and I was like, "Jesus," because that's who I was given, man. So I wasn't convinced. That was the proximity of what I had.
right. So my question would be again: have you ever prayed for anything in your life?
I prayed to be healed of arthritis, like I just said.
All right. So when you prayed, you felt like you were just demonstrating what you was being taught, or did you
Correct.
feel like that there was? So you telling me when you decided to do that, like you never believed in Santa Claus or none of that, like you just decided to say, "I'm just going to believe whatever somebody tells me," or you was not convinced that you should pray to Santa Claus. I mean,
Uh,
you should pray to God. Like you get what I'm saying? Like I
I,
agree with you if you would say
I,
I
I
was
don't.
indoctrinated.
Yeah, me and you will agree to disagree because I don't want to. I don't want to seem like I'm trying to take up the show. But we'll just agree to disagree because to me, if I was in another place, it would have been a different scenario that my parents would have offered me.
All
So
right.
no, I do not. I was never convinced. I'll never forget even when I went to Bible camp and they taught us how to pray. I didn't feel anything. I was like, "What is this?" Like but I had to. So
All right, I'm gonna say this,
Hey,
and I'm
can
gonna
I?
DMG, and I'm gonna let you go. Let me just wrap this up so y'all can understand what I was trying to get to the brother. So the point of what I was asking him was he not convinced or not. When we were little, we believed in Santa Claus. We demonstrated we even though our parents taught us Santa Claus, nobody outside our parents probably taught us who Santa Claus is. We demonstrated what our parents told us. We were convinced that a man, if we be good, a man is going to give us gifts for being good. So when I asked him about the consciousness thing, I was trying to show him he thinks he's doing everything within himself. And this goes back to the whole destiny thing when I say you don't control when you're born. You don't control when you die. You don't know who your parents going to be. You just come here and you exist. So how can someone make a conscious decision not to like something before they even had it? That's why I kept asking him over. I don't know if y'all noticed. I kept asking him, did he make the decision not to like coconut? This is something that's within you and within your essence of who you are. You're going to do things, your decisions, your influences, everything that makes you who you are is going to happen because that's what you were designed to do. That's the concept what I'm trying to get to. And so even if he doesn't want to admit if he ever prayed before, at one point his
Emil.
parents demonstrated to him, hey, we believe in this. We're convinced if you pray, you're going to get a result. Now, I guess it didn't happen. Like a person like me, it didn't happen. So we no longer believe anymore. But I just really don't like when atheists do that. They don't want to admit that at one point they did have a form of belief. So,
Right. So no DMG. I got to respond to that because DMG and Lex Vortex. Did y'all not hear me? Did y'all not? Hold on, D. Did y'all not hear me say I first tasted coconut and decided not to like it? No, I didn't. Why did she keep referring to me saying I woke up and didn't like it? I said I tasted coconut and I said I do not like the taste of it. So, and then I said to her I prayed as a child because I had arthritis, right? And so I'm not going to do the semantics, and I don't understand why I say it makes them mad when atheists. It doesn't make me mad when you're doing what you're doing. I just have to accept that's what you're doing. But I digress. Go ahead, G.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say before I bring Cap in, we gonna bring Cap in, and then I'm gonna get back to Elijah because I'm gonna let everybody close out because we over 3 hours, and I gotta put something in my belly, and hopefully put something in my wife belly as well. But that's another story.
That's my religion.
That I'm trying to tell you, praise the Lord. So, but my only comment would be with regard, and Neo, you can respond. We was talking about earlier how like with my granddaughter, before she was even born, you know, people touching her stomach, singing church songs, hallelujah, praise God, etc. Right? When she came into the world, they saying the same thing. So one day, out of the blue, she puts her hands up in church, praise Jesus, hallelujah, and everybody act like it was a miracle. Now I'm sitting there and I'm like, and at the time, I still consider myself a Christian, but I'm like, what y'all think she's gonna say? And when I came out of Christianity, it reminded me that I heard my cousin say a quote, and he always forget where he got it from, but it says religion would crumble under the weight of its own absurdity were it not for child indoctrination. Because we are embedded with these things and with these beliefs as children. And that's why it's so difficult to shake as adults. The brother Elijah just gave an example of an adult struggling to ride a bike while his child, who is much younger than him, got it within a week. It took him like 10 months. And if I'm getting that story wrong,
Yeah,
brother,
it took the child 2 weeks to learn how to ride the bike with his bike, but it took his dad 10 months to learn how to do it.
Because he had been doing things and had things in his mind conditioned to do things a certain way for so long, he just, it was difficult for him to adjust. And so I think that's kind of where we are as people. It is my wife and I, every blue moon we get into these engagements that are in my mind regrettable because she was raised in church. Her whole family is made up of church folk, and she is so part and parcel to who she is that it's vexing to her that I walked away from it. Like it's like, I can't believe it. And so it could, because this is something that she's been so in tune with her whole life. Whereas me, while my family had the images on the wall, it wasn't something that they were like, we going to church every Sunday and this is what we do. And so it wouldn't, when it came down to it, it wasn't that hard for me. My cousin Shabaka, who come on here a lot, he was a lot like my wife. And so it was difficult for him. It's emotional for him. He get offended when people say he really wasn't a Christian. Me, I start saying, well, maybe I wouldn't. So and that was kind of my comment on that. But I think that's an interesting conversation for an atheist and a non-Christian believer to have, because we kind of know what we're gonna get when we're talking to a Christian believer. But for somebody like Neo who is not an atheist but does have a belief, that's a more nuanced conversation. So Captain K, what's the word? Shout out to my brother Walter Johnson.
You got it, DMG. What's cracking?
You got it.
Shalom, everybody on the panel.
Hey,
What's on
what's
your
up, bro?
mind, Cap? You got a question for the guest or for Neo?
Yeah, when the brother was breaking down the story in Genesis, you know, that's the problem. That's one of the problems that people have about the Bible, is that they believe in the spooky stuff that they had heard in the Christian church. You know what I mean? They believe that it was a literal tree standing in the middle of a garden. They believe there was a piece of fruit plucked off for her and plucked off for him. You know what I'm saying? They believed that they were walking around butt naked. You know what I'm saying? And then their eyes was open, and now Adam's seeing her breast and that big old dunk Eve working with. You know what I'm saying? Like we got to turn around and take the spookism and the mysticism off of the Bible. That story was a metaphor. It's told was a real event told in a allegorical way. You know what I'm saying? To where and you gotta be black to understand the Bible. You understand? Because that's how we talk. You know, we talk in ways. Our songs are written in ways. You understand? Like that. We say, like for instance, if somebody's about to go somewhere with somebody else, and they call you and say, "Where you at?" I'll be there in a minute. That don't mean you finna be there in 60 seconds. You understand? That means you're gonna be there sooner than later. So you know, and that story, like I said, for you to believe that there was a tree and it, you know, it stood about 30 foot tall, and it was good fruit and bad fruit hanging from it. You know that right there. That you still believe in the Christian life, whether you believe it or not. You still believe in that. You drop the story, but you still believe it. You understand?
And let me
Because
know when you finish, brother. I definitely want to talk with you if you got a moment, DMG. I know you got to go, but I got to get on this one. Go ahead.
Nah, you good. You good. Y'all gonna
yeah,
rock out.
well go ahead, bro. I'll let you since y'all got to wrap it up kind of quick. Go ahead.
Have
You
you
can.
completed your thought?
No,
Yeah,
no, I didn't. But you can go
Complete
ahead.
your
You
thought.
can
No,
Cap,
no. I'm
Cap,
you
everybody
can
know
jump
me.
in,
I
brother.
listen.
It ain't no
No,
problem.
no, no.
Go ahead, brother.
Cap,
Complete your thought because I
hold
will
on,
not
hold
be
on,
made
hold
a
on.
fool. Complete your thought.
Cap, hear me out. Finish your thought, because even if I gotta step away, you an admin, so the show ain't gotta end. So
Right, I got
fin-
you. I got you. No, I'm just saying. You know, to believe what the Christian Church has told us about the Bible. Period. You got to take everything that you had learned from them and throw it in the garbage, and you got to start all over. You understand? And you got to learn the Bible for what it actually is. You got to know when things are literal. You got to know when things are metaphorical. You know, there's several instances in that Bible to where things are metaphor. You understand? And when things could be literal. And you just have to know the two. Like for me, it's easy now. You understand? When I was in the church, man, it was hard as hell to understand. But now, since I've been in the truth, up under Commander Jimmy Hunter and ISBK, it's simple. I get it now. You understand? So, but yeah, I just wanted to address that. Like I said, because you got the way that the Christian church has described the story. You understand? As if it was a literal snake that she was talking to. You know that it was an apple that they ate. You know, and they eyes, like I said, they was walking around with their eyes. See, I don't even understand that. You know what I'm saying? They got eyeballs, they got pupils, and all of that, but they was walking around with their eyes totally shut, and they couldn't see each other. But then they turned around. Once they ate the fruit, their eyes became open. Like that didn't even make sense to me when I was in the church, and I knew something was wrong with that. You know, it just didn't make sense because it was a lie, and they don't have the truth in the church. But go ahead, brother. You can respond.
Okay. Well, I think what you gave a lot of maybe some assumptions. I don't know if you heard everything that I said, and I'm one of those individuals coming out of the churches of Christ. I'll be the first to tell you it wasn't an apple. It just says fruit or whatever in the story. I do have to ask some questions, and I hope that you could be brief. When you're reading a story in your language, and I understand idioms and all that kind of stuff, they told us all that in school, and figures of speech. But figures of speech, like you said, are a cultural thing. So as we move throughout cultures and you hear the story without understanding the culture it came from, you might interpret that a different way, which leaves the whole story open to interpretation of whoever is reading it. There can't be any absolute. I said about the story earlier that, there's some value in the story. I said that in the live earlier, that there's some value in the story. However, no, it definitely didn't really happen. So now my question to you is, since you know, can you briefly break down what's going on? I'm gonna just say between Genesis 2, verse 4, and to the point where Adam takes the fruit and now their eyes are open. Since you understand it, and please tell me who the serpent is. Now, I'm asking questions. That's all I'm doing, and I need something clear from you since you understand and you've been under this great teaching of your teachers that you named there.
Oh, okay. First off, you said Adam and Eve was the first two people that was around.
I
That's
said,
that's
according
not
to the
true.
Bible, that's all that. And then I also gave, if you listen earlier, when me and Neo were talking, I
Mhm.
said that the first chapter alludes to that there were some people before chapter 2. I said that. But the common understanding in most Christian churches, which is who I'm usually encountering, is that Adam and Eve were the first two. So what I do in my efforts to try to open people's eyes, I meet them where they are. Now, that's not what I believe, but I meet them where they are and show where the issues are with what they already believe, in hopes that they will open the door for more information and get to wherever they're going to go on their journey. So no, I don't believe the story is true or literal or at all. Not me personally, but if you could please just tell us what you say you know.
Okay. Again, that would be correct. What you just said about there being other people before Adam and Eve. That's true. You understand? It is not according to the Bible. Anything you're saying come from Christianity, you got to say according to Christianity, because what the Christian church tells you does not line up with the Bible. So they tell you that there was only Adam and Eve walking around. You understand? When that's not the truth. There's thousands of people around. You understand? And that goes according to Genesis 1, when the Lord created people on that day 6. You understand? When He created male and female. You know. So from one day is as 1,000 with the Most High, meaning a long time, and a whole lot of children can be born in 1,000 years. You see what I'm saying? So now that and that's where you got to turn around and you have to let Christianity know that it's a lie when you start hearing the thing, because they were the ones that taught that it was only two people on the planet Earth at that time. They were the ones that said that they were walking around naked. And I would have to give precepts and things like that to show you what these things mean. But to sum it up, like what you asked, when it's talked about them being naked, they left their culture. You understand? The culture that God gave them, they left that, and without it, that's what it talks about them being naked. Is them not having the culture that the Most High gave them. When it
Okay, real
said,
quick, let me ask you
when it
some
said
questions
that,
because I
uh,
want to curtail it just a little bit. I'm not trying to be
Hey,
rude. Just want to
hey, real
curtail it
quick,
just a little bit. Uh,
Elijah,
go
Elijah,
ahead.
real quick. I got a question.
Okay.
Cap, and I think both of y'all know what I'm about to ask. I know Cap know what I'm about to ask. And MVP, I want you to chime in once I get done asking this question to the brothers.
Okay.
Would y'all be willing to have a dialogue on this centered around this particular subject, just y'all two?
100%.
yeah, I ain't against
100%.
that. It ain't no sweat.
And,
Okay.
and MVP chime in, but I have a request for you if you free when the brother's free, because
Okay.
I like you to oversee that conversation. But go ahead.
Yeah. This is where me and Kat always butt heads at, and I want to let the brother Elijah continue on. But I hear a lot of times the camps, the brothers in the ISUPK, IUIC, AOI, and many of the other camps, they have a problem with Christianity. Here's where the captain is contradicting himself. And you my mans, but I got to get you. Christianity begins with a man named Christ. You all teach that Christ died for your sins and for Israel. Christianity teaches that Christ died for your sins. You cannot go into the Jerusalem Talmud or any ancient Galilean, Judean, or Nazarene text and find a man dying for the sins of those people. That is against their laws, it is against their customs, and it is against who they were. Watch what I say. The fact that an ancient Galilean is making partners with his God proves that, in fact, they were Hellenized at the time of the Greek occupation. Jesus himself made himself partners with God in the text, and this is why he was executed. The priests questioned him. Now, I don't believe Jesus existed at all. He's a myth. But the priests questioned him on who he was, and he played games with them. He acted very contradictory towards them. And when he stated out of his own mouth, I will call all my angels and come down and get you all, that was him equating himself as an equal to God. They said, what more do we have to hear? Besides all that, no ancient Galilean or no ancient Judean ever mentioned a man named Jesus the Christ dying for their sins. It is not who they were. They don't believe in a heaven. They don't have they do not believe in a hell. Those are all Hellenized concepts that invaded their territory sometimes in the first century AD. It's just, I'm sorry, the 3rd century BCE when the Greeks got there. It's an Hellenized concept. Remember, Cap, Christianity begins with a man named Christ, not ancient Palestinians, none of them.
I don't need to say anything. That brother just he said my line of thought, but I was gonna let him finish his stuff. Yeah.
The only reason
What does Christianity got to do with what we're talking about here, right?
I want you to respond. Cap, I want you to respond to Chris, and after Cap respond to Chris, I'm gonna let everybody close out. But I want Elijah and Cap to stay on because I want to set that conversation up. That's why I stopped Elijah, because I don't want y'all to get too much away if y'all gonna have that dialogue. But
that's all good.
Go ahead and respond to Chris, Cap.
Yeah, I mean, first off, the Talmud has nothing to do with the Israelites. You saying that this was a Hellenized thing and it was imposed. The Hellens were Israelites. You understand? They were Israelites. They were not white people.
That is not true.
That's okay. You can say it's not true all you want, but
yeah, you would have to prove that.
I will one second. I will 1 second. Like I said, they were not white people, and you're mixing Jewish white lies with the truth. Okay, you can't do that. So, like I said, the Talmud has nothing to do with Israelites. Absolutely nothing. And I'm not at school right now, so I don't have my books with me. You understand? But I can show you the definition of the Hellenes and who they were. You understand? The Hellenistic Jews, they were Israelites, not white people. Okay? So, like I said, what you just said was totally incorrect, because the way white people get down You understand? It's not the way the original Jews, you understand, which are blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, Israelites. We don't get down the same way. You understand? So you try to, bring that in, but that has nothing to do with nothing. It's all trash. It goes in the same garbage can as Christianity. Christianity is a joke, and Christianity didn't start with Christ. But Christ didn't start Christianity. The disciples, the apostles didn't start Christianity. None of them did. The actual term we're being called a Christian, if y'all read the Bible, it was a diss from the king. You understand? From a white man called a black man a Christian and his followers. That's where that term came from. So like I said, y'all off a little bit with what y'all trying to conclude. It's good that y'all do research and y'all look stuff up, but you tying certain things together when they don't fit. It's two different shoes.
And
You
y'all look
understand?
stuff up, but you time.
So
DNA Pianki, real quick. I hate to cut you off real quick, Kat. Can we
no
please
sweat.
leave
Go ahead.
the show open because he gave some misinformation there, and I'm able to prove what he's saying is wrong right now.
Go ahead and respond, Chris.
Okay. Now, one more time. I'm getting ready to come in through my laptop here. I'm coming through my laptop here because he misrepresented everything that I just stated. And that was very disingenuous of Kat.
Now, Chris, this the only thing I want you to be cognizant of.
What's that?
We still want Elijah to close out, and I want to set that up between him and Cap. But still, do your response.
And I ain't going nowhere. I'm here. I ain't got nothing else to do. I'm good.
Good. And Cap, if I turn my camera off, Cap, just keep everybody rolling and just make sure everybody get equal time.
Okay.
Ain't no sweat.
All right. Okay, cool. I'm getting ready to come in for a minute. All right. And then I'm gonna leave off of here.
Mute
got an
one
echo,
of your
Chris.
mics, bro.
Okay, he dropped down.
No.
He had an
Okay.
echo.
No, I'm
there
right
you go.
here.
Okay.
I'm right
there you
here.
go.
Okay.
Yeah, you had a bad echo, Chris. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had turned because I was in on my phone and here, let me do something right quick. Give me a second. DMP real quick.
Okay, no sweat.
Put my glasses on so I can read here. I can't see anything.
Okay, Cap, do me a favor, Cap. See if you can move Chris to the back and then move him back to the front. I want to make sure you got control.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, move him back. Can you move him back?
Hold on, I'm trying to see where he went.
Oh, you didn't move him?
No, I did.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
I added him back. I was just trying to
Oh,
make sure.
you added him back?
Yeah.
No, I did. No, hold on 1 second. It's a let me see. Move from stream, solo layout. And it don't say move to the back. It just say remove from stream.
It'll say, remove, add to stream or remove. So I just want to make sure you can do it, once everybody get ready to burn out or whatever.
Okay, I got you.
So real quick, everybody, $ Soul of Haru to donate to our brother Elijah Cash App. $ Soul of Haru to donate to our brother Elijah Cash App. And then y'all know mine, $ DMG, the poet. That's $ DMG DAPOET. And y'all help some brothers out as we try to build these platforms. My sister Neo, you can put yours in the back chat, and I'll throw that in there as well.
All right.
We got Chris sharing his screen.
Okay. Now this is from earlyworldhistoryblogspot.com. Now, I want to read a definition to you of Hellenization. Now, Hellenization was the spread of Greek culture and the assimilation into Greek culture of non-Greek peoples. It was a notable trait of ancient Greek civilization, an approach to other cultures that was not merely invasive or dominant, but transformative. This set an example later followed by the Roman Empire, Christianity, and the British Empire, essentially establishing a framework within which much of Western history can be discussed. So I want to come out of that now. When you're talking about Hellenization, you're talking about the assimilation of native peoples into Greek culture. So to say that Jews were the only Hellenes or people that were Hellenized is way incorrect. You had Syrians, Armenians, Assyrians. You had people of Chaldean influence that were all Hellenized. And this was them. They began to mix their cultures with that of the Greeks. And this is why I stated Christianity begins with a man named Christ. And that is sometime in the 1st century AD or CE. That is when Christianity begins. It does not begin before that. It's just that simple. When you say that Jews or Israelites were in fact making partners with their gods, you are in fact agreeing, or you're saying that Jesus is in fact the Son of God, or he is a partner with God, you are in fact inherently adopting the concept of Hellenistic Christianity, because no ancient Judean had such a culture. I want to stop there. I want to address the fact that you stated that the Talmud was a white conception. That is wrong, because the Aramaic term for the followers of Jesus and the followers of Moses were in fact the Talmudim. That would mean, and the Talmud only consists of the teachings. And the reason why the Babylonian Talmud was written, it was written sometimes, many scholars are agreeing, sometimes in the 5th century. We know there have been copies reproduced of it, but it was written so that they would not forget their traditions. And in all of their traditions, one more time, they never mention a man named Jesus, Yahweh or Yeshua coming to die for their sins. The book of Deuteronomy tells you, the laws of the Torah tell you that a son shall not die for the sins of the father. As a matter of fact, God punished all the other nations for adopting or doing such principles. He said it was an abomination to in fact sacrifice your sons. Manasseh got into trouble for sacrificing his sons. All right, that is a abomination before the God of Israel. I wanted to say that because I felt like that was a bit disingenuous, Cap, when you stated that. One more time, if you can show me, and I don't want to get too far away from what we're discussing. Can you show me any Galilean, Judean, Levitical text teaching Israelites that a man is going to die for this sin? If you can show me that, you can prove this entire audience and you can prove this entire panel wrong. And I promise I'll back off and won't say anything else.
Go ahead, Cap.
Cool. Again, now when you read the definition of Helen, it was people who are not Greek, right? And in the Bible, now when you said that they weren't the only Helen, I'm talking about what it says in the scripture. Okay, so those Hellenistic Jews, that's all I'm concerned about. I don't care if it was a Hellenistic, Chinese man. Who cares? So, but what I'm speaking on is what's in the Bible, and the Hellenistic Jews is who's being talked about in the scripture. Okay, not other people, not the other nations of people. because what they've done to them doesn't really matter. You get what I'm saying? You understand what
Brother,
I'm saying?
I think,
So
me
so
personally,
somebody,
I think we should kind of table it because I'm not so sure you understanding what my man. I'm talking to Cap. I'm not so sure you're understanding what my man just broke down.
Real quick,
I did understand. I didn't heard this before.
real quick, a
Okay.
lot.
This ain't the first time I heard this.
Was that
What
it,
what's
Cap?
the, huh? No,
Was you?
no, I wasn't. No, the brother just jumped in.
I'm sorry. I'll mute.
No, you good. I ain't tripping off that. Go ahead.
No, finish your thoughts, Cap, and then we're gonna go to Elijah.
No, it's all good. No, he can rock whatever he wanted to say. He can rock.
Go ahead.
Cause
Go ahead.
cause I know this pretty much his show. I ain't tripping.
That's what's up. Go
Okay.
ahead, bro.
Can I speak right quick?
Let Elijah respond, and then
No, I don't have it. My brother right there that already spoke about Hellenism. He literally read and I didn't have it, but I was going to say exactly that about Helen being the Hellenist. But I'm not so sure that Cap is understanding that what the Greeks did when they came in 332 BC, it was with the intent of converting people to their ideal of thought, and then this whole understanding of a heaven and a hell, and how the Greeks looked at, Tartarus and that being the world of disembodied spirits versus Elysium, which is where they were going for heaven, and that got incorporated into the Christian system. But what he may not be understanding is that nobody here is debating whether or not they were melanated people in that area. That's not what we were talking about. But the fact is that the Greeks came into that area and were converting people to this understanding, whether you were melanated or not. That's, I think Cap is missing it and making this about, skin color and everything. And that's just not, that's neither here nor there. But I'm reserving some of the
I
things that
didn't
I would
even
say
mention skin
to.
color.
Okay, maybe
I
I didn't
said
hear you right.
Hellenistic Jews. I'm not making it about skin color at all.
Okay.
Go ahead. Finish your thought.
I said the Hellenistic Jews.
Finish your thought, Elijah.
Okay. Maybe I didn't hear him right, but everybody here heard whatever they heard, and there were people. If I'm understanding right, with the understanding that you have, Cap, there were people in that area that were melanated, and what ends up happening is when they came in and conquered in that area, it didn't matter who you are. Their goal was to convert you to their way of living, their idealistic thought. And this doesn't even have to be about religion. In school, you'll learn about the Hellenists and what their goals were. But my man is doing a good job breaking it down and giving you some sources and things of that nature. I'll reserve some of what I would do when me and Cap maybe come back on and talk some more. But maybe I misunderstood you, Cap, but that's what I took you to be saying, that you weren't talking about the Hellenists and what they were, but anybody in that geographic area. When the Greeks came in, that was the goal, to change the way of thinking. I don't care what you called yourself. And there were those that converted. You may say that there were a group of people that stayed true to Judaism, maybe, but there were those of all cultures in that area that converted to the Hellenists. That was their goal. And I'll just keep it at that because my man's doing a good job. I'll let it be.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then when you said they was forcing their heaven and hell on people, we don't believe
Cap,
heaven and hell the way that they said. You know what I'm saying? Heaven and hell is
I'm
living
not
conditions.
saying you believe that. I'm just saying it
No,
was their goal. That's what they were
I
doing.
understand. I
real
understand that. I
quick,
just said that,
we
but
need
I
to go
said
to
we don't believe it the same way.
Cap. We need
Go
to
ahead.
go to Chris, and then I need to see if Neo want to chime in.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Chris.
So here I have a book by Gary Greenberg, and it's called 101 Myths of the Bible. Now, in this book, he explains where a lot of the stories of the Bible come from. And he has a lot of chapters where a lot of the stories in the Bible, such as that of the woman turning into a pillar of salt, the story of Samson himself, and the story of Adam and Eve, come from Greek and Mesopotamian stories. And these things are archetypes. But one of the more interesting things in this book is read about the tribe of Dan. And the tribe of Dan were never Hebrews to begin with. The tribe of Dan were, in fact, Greeks that came from the Mycenaean people who migrated there during the wars of Troy. And they migrated right there on that coastal line. Now, the Bible alludes to this, but it's very tricky. Now, when they looked at the archaeological evidence that they found over there, that dates back to the 12th century BCE, it was all Greek. And they're saying this is why they have the story of Samson. Now, when you look at the story of Samson, it is an exact copy of that of Hercules. So they were sitting up there saying, well, you know, you had Semites there in that area who probably had their stories. And what they began to do was mix and amalgamate the story so everybody can somewhat agree with it. Now, Hellenized culture, when the Greeks have dominated, whenever you have a dominating empire, those people, the empire, the cities or the colonies in which it rules, they're going to be under their religion. They're going to be under their practices. You get some type of, you see that in the book of Maccabees when Antiochus went into Jerusalem and he destroyed the temple, apparently. And, you know, that's just how what conquering is. It's sort of like when the European came to the New World and he began to destroy the Native American. He began to introduce them to Christianity. You understand what I'm saying? And that's how they're able to control the people through the ideology of religion and the concepts, because these concepts represent or are always going to forward the destiny of the people, especially the people that are ruling. Now, I don't think you've quite answered the question that I've brought forward to you, or you've answered anything that I've said, honestly. Now, the Talmud, if you're saying that it's by white people, are you admitting that the Jews were in fact white as early as 500 BCE during the Babylonian captivity? That's what you're alluding to when you try to use race to try and sit up there and say that that's who these people were. Here, listen, beloved, let me explain something to you. These people were Semitic people, all right? They were mixed with everybody. They were mixed with Greeks, Libyans, Canaanites, if Canaanites ever existed. I've never heard of any group of people calling themselves Canaanites. They were mixed with Armenians. As a matter of fact, your book itself in Ezekiel 16 tells you who you guys are. And I always go here to show this. And I don't want to hog the entire show because I want to keep my my balanced here. But I do want to go to Ezekiel chapter 16 here. Now, in Ezekiel chapter 16, it clearly tells you all who you all were. All right, let me go back onto, okay, am I sharing? Yes, I'm sharing. And it says, again, the word of the Lord came unto me. Who is me? It's Ezekiel. He says, son of man. So here Ezekiel is also being called the son of man. Calls Jerusalem. Who is Jerusalem? The so-called tribes of Israel. So he's talking to Jerusalem, the people within Jerusalem, and to know her abominations, because Yahweh is married to who? Jerusalem and the Israelites. And he says, thus saith the Lord God unto Jerusalem, thy birth and thy nativity is of the land of Canaan. Your father was an Amorite and your mother a Hittite. Now, Amorites and Hittites are, in fact, Mesopotamian peoples. All right. These people came out of the area of Turkey. Now, again, the Bible is very, very key on who you guys are, because when we go to the book of Deuteronomy, it clearly tells you that Jacob was a wandering Aramaean. Now, Aramaeans and Amorites are one and the same thing. One just has a Latin suffix added to it. So if you say Aramaean and Amorite, they're the same people geographically on most ancient maps. So you guys probably became this confederacy of what you would call Israelites sometimes in the 6th century BCE under the Persian rule, when Cyrus and Darius allowed you all to worship the God of your choosing. And that's what was very unique about the Persians. And this is why we also see a lot of Zoroastrian elements added to the biblical narrative, such as flaming fires following them in the wilderness. That's the Zoroastrianism when you begin to look at it. The fact that we have a God bullying people around in the biblical text, that's very indicative of Greek mythology, because gods such as Artemis, Hercules, Mercury, Zeus, they bullied the people. They always would promise them something and they always bullied them. So I think we need to just accept that the Bible, especially the New Testament and elements of the Old Testament, are in fact Greek. You know, we have Elijah ascending into the sky on a chariot, which is actually a Greek god, Apollo, who goes across the sky in his chariot of fire, which is just speaking about the sun and how it moves. So I wanted to share that with you, and I'm more than willing to back up every single one of my findings academically, maybe another time. But Captain, I love you. You my man. MVP has spoken. There you go.
All right. Before Cap respond, Neo, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, I have. It's just gonna be a quick response. So, this just reminds me of when we was discussing it on Sinetta's channel when, people thought, what's his name, Pastor Bennett was winning the debate because he was bringing up the race of the people who supposedly all the Jewish people saying that they were black or they was African and the Ethiopian thing. And I just want to, agree with Chris. Like he says, a Christian is somebody who believes in Jesus. It all starts with Jesus. And for you to believe in Jesus, you have to believe that he died from your sins. Or to be a Christian, you have to believe that he is the Son of God. He died for your sin, and on the third day he rose from the dead. You have to have those beliefs. And I remember I got Garfield with this question because I asked him, well, was it Garfield? I asked him, the Muslim people, they believe in Jesus too, but they don't believe he's the Son of God. He died for the sins. They don't believe in that covenant. So to say that the race of the people is about, that proves that they were Christian or not Christian, I just remind them that the story itself, it comes from the Greek. And from we know with history, Greek are the Mediterranean people. Now, I'm not as well learned as Chris is. Like, I don't know all the history of all that stuff, but I just want to bring it back to, I think the reason why we even brought up race is because I think Captain said somebody was white, or Chris said somebody was white, and Captain said the Hellenists were black or something.
No, he started mentioning race when I never equated historiography to race.
Somebody brought up
what I said was the Talmud. Those people that follow that are Jewish people, the white people. That's what I'm saying.
Let me finish real quick, Cap.
No, I just want to wrap it. So that's the point that I just wanted to bring it up. That whole people grasp when we say Christianity, we're talking about the actual people who wrote the story. We're not saying that this stuff actually happened, but the people who wrote it, they were Greek, and these are more Mediterranean people. We're not saying who existed, who didn't, what color they are. It really doesn't matter because even the Arabs, the Muslim, they believe in Jesus too, but they're not considered Christians. So you have to have a certain belief to be a Christian. That's all I have to say.
All right, go ahead, Cap.
Yeah, we definitely gonna break all that down. When he, I'll make it quick because I know y'all got it. But when he talked about the son dying for the sin of the people, that's in Isaiah 53. That'll explain that. You know what I'm saying? But again, like I said, the Jews are not white. They're Israelites, the true Jews. The people that call themselves Jews, the Jewish man, he's white. And I ain't getting hung up on color, cause I don't know. This is my first time meeting the brother, but DMG know that we ain't hung up on color. I got people in my family, you understand, that are Israelites. They don't know they consider themselves Christians, but they look like white people. You understand? So I ain't caught up on color, but I had to say that when he brought the Talmud up, you understand, is that that's there because they follow that book. You understand? And this is why a lot of people disagree and hate the Bible, is because of all of the lies and all of the other books and all of the other things that the so-called white man has given our people. Just like the book that Chris got, just because somebody wrote a book saying 101 different things and where it came from, that don't mean that that stuff is accurate. You understand? To turn around and say because this person has a story like that person, when you go and read that story about Elijah being carried up on a chariot, that's because the Lord didn't want him to turn around and be put in the grave like other people because man was so righteous. So, but like I said, we can get to that and I can prove that as well. But we'll get to it another time.
Okay.
You understand? Well, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I want to show everybody something here. All right. And once again, Christianity begins with a man named Christ. And one of the things I'm going to do is I want to share the screen here. Just give some information out real quick. Okay, I'm not going to go into the Danites and the archaeological discoveries of the 12th century BCE. I'm not going to go into that, and I'm not going to do that right now. But I do want to type up Christianity here live on the show here. All right, and I want to get a definition for it. And it says Christianity is an Abrahamic monotheistic religion based on the life and teachings of Jesus of Nazareth. It is the world's largest religion, about 2.8 billion followers, representing 1/3 of the global population. So Christianity begins with a man named Christ. I want to go here next to Deuteronomy 24:16 to show you that no ancient Judean or ancient Levite or Kohen priest believe that a man can come and die for their sins. That would be against their culture because they believed in the laws of Moses. And it clearly says here, King James, the fathers shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin. Now, I can also go into to show you how the entire New Testament goes against the so-called Old Testament was in fact the covenant that God made to David and his sons. Now, there's something very specific about the covenant that was given to David. And the covenant that was given to David, it was simply this. Only David's sons can sit on the throne of Israel. Only David's sons, let me repeat this, can sit on the sons of Israel, sit on the throne of Israel. We got a lot of covenants being broken here within that with this, this adoption of the Christ genealogy itself, because God has to interfere, the God of Israel, and I'm saying that respectfully, the God of Israel now has to interfere and bring forth a child, which makes absolutely no sense because Joseph was apparently from the line of David, so the story says. So there would be no reason to break the covenant if all Joseph had to do was have sex with Mary in order to bring forth this child. Boom, stop, pause. They also spoke about being married. That is not a Galilean concept. That's a European concept. Okay, pause right there. Let's move forward. Jesus brought forth. He's the Son of God. Somebody's mic is hot. Okay, so Jesus is the Son of God. It also says if David's sons are in fact righteous, that they will rule on the throne unhinged, untouched. Nobody will be able to match him. The same was for Joshua and every other king in the line of David. So if Jesus was a righteous man, why would God have him killed, especially him being the son of David? We also read that he said, I will never break my promise to David. The New Testament breaks that promise. Once again, Christianity, my friend, starts with a man named Jesus. It is a totally separate concept from that what is being presented in the so-called Hebrew text. I think that's game over.
Okay, real quick before you game over, I'm gonna show you one thing, and then we'll get to it at another time. I'm gonna show you you don't know what you're talking about again. This is Acts 11 and 26. This is Acts 11 and 26. It says, "And when he had found him, he brought him unto Antioch. And it came to pass that a whole year they assembled themselves with the church and taught much people. And the disciples were called Christians first in Antioch, not called Christians first when Christ hit the scene. This is way after Christ is gone." And I'm gonna read it again for the people that's slow and don't understand. 11 Acts 11 and 26. It says, "And when he found him, he brought him unto Antioch. And it came to pass that a whole year they assembled themselves with the church and taught much people. And the disciples were called Christians first in Antioch." It was not, Christ was not with them. This is not a time where they said, "Oh, Christ is on the scene. Let's call them all Christians." That came later. So, Chris, your game is over. I told you you don't know what you're talking about, and I'm gonna go ahead and let the brother close out so we can get up out of here. And we definitely, hold on 1 second. I wasn't done. Let me finish saying what I'm saying.
Okay.
We still gonna set up our discussion. We can have it, but like I said, you just said that being called a Christian started with Christ, and it didn't. The white king called the disciples that, Antiochus. He is the one that called them Christians first in Antioch. That was a diss. You understand? He was dissing them. This wasn't a term that the disciples picked up and said, "Oh yeah, we Christians." Being a Christian, what you read is what Christianity is today. But when it's called being a Christian in the Bible, it's just simply one who follows Christ's teachings and his actions. And we know that no Christian in the church follows Christ's teachings and his actions. They just don't.
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna land with that. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Let me land this plane real quick.
Hold on, Chris, real quick. Chosen one in the kill. Now, you comment, and that's what's up. I appreciate you tuning in, but you gotta stop calling my brother a fool. I done removed the comments where you calling my brother a fool. I don't like it. It ain't got nothing to do with him. He ain't said nothing about it. I personally don't like my brother being called a fool. Think what you want to think about my brother, the captain. Just don't call the man out his name, particularly since he haven't called you out of yours. Now, if y'all having a dialogue and y'all want to call names, that's fine. But right now, in the chat, please refrain from calling my brother a fool. I appreciate it.
And just to say, there will never be no dialogue with him ever again. he can't control himself. He just
Can't
like
control them emotions.
No, he just like Ryan Apologetics that called the brother a bird ass nigga on his live. Chosen one in the kilt can't wait to have his opportunity. He's waiting so he can do the same thing. You understand?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Let's have this here, and I hope everybody's enjoying this real quick because it's been a minute since I've done this. So I want to address the book of Acts itself. And first of all, the book of Acts is not divinely inspired. It is not. None of the books are the divine word of God. And I think regardless of what you say, Christianity begins with a man named Christ, nor can the book of Acts be taken as a historical document. There are so many problems with the book of Acts, but I do want to read this to you so you can understand something called historiography or contextual context here, right? Here, I'm going to do a share screen here for you, Cap, And this is not me attacking the New Testament doctrine. This is me addressing some of the problems in it and why we can't or you should not be taking it seriously. All right. So it tells you in Luke chapter 1, and you'll see where I go with this. It says, for as much as many have taken in hand to set forth in order a declaration of those things which are most surely believed amongst us, even as they delivered them unto us, which from the beginning were eyewitnesses and ministers of the word. It seemed good to me also, having had perfect understanding of all things from the very first, to write unto thee in order, most excellent Theophilus. Now, no one knows who this person Theophilus is. A lot of scholars are saying that this was some Roman designate, some church father. No one really knows. But we see Luke, the writer of Luke, is saying he's writing based on what other people have said. So this is not an eyewitness account. All right. Now, when we go to the book of Acts, chapter 1, the same thing is being said. It says, the former treatise have I made. What was the former? The book of Luke. O Theophilus, of all that Jesus began to do and teach until the day which he was taken up, after that through the Holy Ghost had given commandments unto the apostles whom he had chosen, to whom he showed himself alive after his passion by many infallible proofs, being seen of them 40 days and speaking of the things pertaining to the kingdom of God. All right, boom. So the book of Acts, based on the former treatise that was written, cannot be taken as a historical account. And why can it be taken as a historical account? Because in the book of Matthew, apparently the temple was destroyed. It was rent in two. But then we have a problem when we get to the book of Acts, all right? And I'm going to show you, because in Acts chapter 3, verse 1, Peter and John went up to the temple. He went to the temple. He goes to the temple. And there was no mention of any of the events that occurred during Jesus's supposed crucifixion and the miracles and the earthquakes and the dead people coming up out of the ground here in Acts chapter 3. None of that was mentioned at all. As a matter of fact, they brushed Peter off as being ignorant and a follower of Jesus. They said, "Oh, let him go." Because if it be of God, we don't want to get in the way of that, but these guys pose no harm. Now, when we go to Acts chapter 2, people that knew not Jesus was coming to Jerusalem to celebrate the Passover. And the Passover they were celebrating had nothing to do with the death of Jesus because they knew nothing about him. So therefore, are they held accountable for going against the Torah, which teaches in the book of Exodus chapter 20 to obey, the book of Exodus chapter 20 to obey the Passover forever in remembrance of their flight out of Egypt? Are they guilty of that? No, because Jesus made a secret covenant with only his apostles, as this writer is telling you in Acts chapter 1. So we have a lot of problems with this text. And right now, I cannot go so far into depth because I don't have a lot of time to. It would not be fair to the panel. It would not be fair to Brother Elijah right now. I am sorry. Christianity begins with a man named Christ. You cannot superimpose the Greek text upon the Aramaic text. You are done, Captain. You are done.
So it looked like I need to set up something with you and Cap at some point as well, but we'll get to that after him and the brother.
Are you not entertained?
Elijah.
Are you not entertained? There's no way we're here.
Look, Chris know he can get beat up again. It ain't nothing to get in the ring. He know it.
You know I got your back, boy.
He know it. Hey. And look, we got each other's back, and I'm gonna beat him up.
Hey, we'll set it up with you and MVP after you and Elijah. So again, I'm gonna have everybody close out, and then Cap, you and Elijah stay on, so we can figure out what day and time work best for y'all.
We
So
might have to get to that at another time too, because I gotta take care of some business as well.
okay. I
Right.
check with both of y'all at
Yeah,
a bit later on, then, and we'll figure it
that's
out.
cool. Yeah,
But
we
all
can
right,
rap about it. You know,
go
we'll
ahead
do
and
it.
close out, Cap.
Oh, you want me to close out first? Or you want the brother?
Yeah, go ahead and close out. Let everybody know what you got going on since you got to run.
All right, ain't no sweat. Man, y'all know what it is. Y'all know where we at. Right here in the city of St. Louis. You understand? The ISUPK for the convention in Hunter. You know what I mean? Of course, I've got our classes going on Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday from 7 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. And we got our Sabbath service going on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. You understand? We got our food drive. Of course, Commander Junior Hanna is the only one that has been consistently feeding the people in the city of St. Louis when all of the churches and all of the other pantries had closed their doors, scared to catch that COVID-19. Commander Junior Hanna stayed open. You understand? And now he's turning around and gonna have to feed the people that has been affected by the flood. You understand? So we're gonna be doing that on the third Friday of each month. You understand? We may even be doing some emergency uh, feeding as well, because like I said, because we had like what three major floods in DMG.
3.
To a lot
Yep.
of people, it was 3. They lost their homes, things, they got flooded out, and of course they don't have any resources for the people. You know what I mean? A lot of them is just going home to home. Like I said, they in a bad situation now. They lost everything. These floods was pretty serious in some of these areas. So we're gonna try to do some emergency help for them as well. um, so like I said, but we right here. Oh, and then my lecture coming up on salvation is gonna be October the 15th.
Hold on, Cap. Keep talking, but I'm about to pull that up so I can show the people what we got.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and big ups to my man DMG for making the flyer. Brother turned around. Hey, I keep telling him he gonna be in all black in a minute. You understand? He gonna be a troop. He gonna be a
That's
trooper.
right.
That's right. He gonna be a trooper. You understand? The eyes. Yeah, he got the spirit on him. And the brother made an excellent flyer for us for the lecture. You know what I'm saying? But whether or not he come into the school, it don't take away from the skill. But the brother did do an excellent job on that flyer. You understand? And that's a much needed topic as well, because people really believe that salvation is for everyone when it's not. You know, and again, it's due to all of Christianity, all of religion, and it's lying. You know, and like I said, and we are going to turn around and get the truth out according to the Bible. All right. So, oh, and don't forget my radio show every Sunday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. going down. All right. So check us out: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. You understand? Even on Paradigm Shift. You understand? We on my man's channel as well. All right. And right on DMG. And right on everybody.
All right,
Hey
Yeah,
bro.
peace,
Cap,
bro.
hey Cap, me, I'm gonna be in St. Louis to see DMG soon. So I'm gonna bring some of my wives over to the school so you can tell them why they need to all be together with me. They don't believe me. So once they see you and a couple other brothers in one room, and I try to tell them, like, listen, I try to tell y'all need to belong with each other. So get ready for that. About a month.
I got you. Now look. Now if they all love you and they don't want to hang out with each other, hey, leave it like that.
I'm
You
gonna say
understand?
just like you know how your answer is the Commander
I
General Honda. I'm gonna say, listen, y'all, under my man Gabar, the Commander General Honda as well.
hey,
Y'all, we
listen.
need to be in one room.
I got you. But listen, I'm gonna give you some counsel about that. All right. And Lord will we keep that family of yours solid.
Yeah, that's just for my Christian and Hebrew wives, brother. My other wives don't mind, so we good.
I got you. I got you.
Family, can y'all see this flyer?
Can I see it? Yeah.
Yeah, I see
Yeah,
it.
I see that.
Let me remove. Okay.
Yeah, it's clear.
Oh
It's
yeah,
up there.
that's clean work. That's clean work, DMG.
So yeah, y'all
And,
come and
and,
check them
and that's
out.
to the point.
Y'all come and check them out when the brother have it. I'm also gonna be live streaming it on the channel and on Facebook Live. So y'all come
You
on
want to know
out.
what it look better? I think Cap would have been more impressed had you had a picture of Black Jesus chasing white folks away with a sword. I think he would have loved that.
That sounds like a
Oh,
video
boy.
game.
Oh man.
So all right, Cap. So and as I always say when Cap talk about the food drive, particularly with this flood, because my aunt and uncle were living together in a senior citizen apartment complex or townhome, and it actually got shut down. And as I was mentioning it to Cap, he gave me some resources for them, especially like with U-Haul, helping people relocate for free. So I just want to make sure everybody know, because we get a lot of rhetoric about ISUPK being racist, things of that nature. They feed everybody that show up. It don't make no difference what your skin color is, what your ethnic group is. If you show up to their food drive, you leave with food. So he ain't gonna say it, but I'm saying it because I know it to be true. So salute to the brother and to his camp and his organization for what they do, especially for my people. Like I said, we can our different ideologies should not keep us from uniting, and we can disagree without being disrespectfully disagreeable.
Yeah.
So we ain't gonna never stop being brothers because we disagree on ideologies, especially when I know he cleaning up and supporting Black people. So that's what it is. But all right, Cap, we're gonna check in with you, bro, and I'm gonna find out what
Peace,
day
Cap.
work when allow to get to this conversation. All right. Dre, you wanna close out, bro? You there, Dre?
Yeah, just saying once again, great show.
You breaking up, bro.
One.
Chris was ready to go in. He done switched to the V-neck.
Yeah. I'm getting ready to go get something to eat. What you talking about?
Same thing I'm about to do.
Yeah. I think he might have been. I think he's muted out. I think he's
I was about to say, while we waiting on Dre, you can go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, you know what? I just want to close something out. And I want to get your participation in this real quick, Brother Bianchi. You remember I was challenged about Greek and Christian history, and I was told that I could not find one person with the last name Christ. Was I not challenged by a specific brother on here about that?
You were.
Did I show you one?
You did.
I have over 40.
And that specific brother is a brother that I believe you and Elijah have in common with regards to well, you and him don't have an acrimonious relationship no more, but him and Elijah still do.
Well, yeah, you got to understand, Elijah, that some people just try to pull you into a certain logic sphere to frustrate you. Pay it no mind. Come with the empirical.
DFG, I noticed you didn't say his name, but it wouldn't be the one we was talking about earlier, right?
It would.
It would. Yeah, we don't really have a relationship no more, bro. I'm telling you, like he really went there with me, and I even had family on, bro. And how do I?
So it got serious then.
When I say it got serious, bro, like how do I? I don't know the proper way to say this, but if that person is ever in a certain geographical locale where my family is from, I seriously think he better be careful. it got like that.
Wow.
Yeah. Well,
Wow.
you know, I was challenged by the youngster in showing that there were no Greek generals by the name of Christ or Crestus or Crestius. And it was simple, you know, in that show, I was actually just, okay, agreeing to just disagree with him. And I have 40 of them. And he said that I couldn't find one. So that's going to prove two things: that your ethos is off, Leandre. So, and I'm still going to do that presentation on here. Real quick, I wanna close out like this, and I just want to pique everybody's interest into this 12 tribes of Israel nonsense here, and I have more empirical data to back it up with. Now, this is on ancientorigins.net, but the article is backed up by the Smithsonian and by Haaretz in the University of Tel Aviv, and it says the tribe of Dan may not be an Israelite tribe after all. Now, the tribe of Dan might be one of the 12 original Israelite, quote, end quote, Israelite tribes, and symbolize the lands of Israel to many people around the world. But according to new archaeological finds, the Danites probably weren't Israelites in blood. Instead, it appears like the Danites originated with mercenaries hired from ancient Greece, Aegean specific, and Syria by the Egyptian rulers of Canaan to keep order. In accordance with the Bible, after the Israelites invaded and controlled Canaan, they split the land between Israelite tribes, excluding the tribe of Dan. Disappointed with such injustice, the Danites decided to go northward and conquer the city of Laish. After their victory, they rebuilt the city and renamed it after their ancestor. Which makes things more interesting. What makes things more interesting is that the recent excavations have unearthed a large neighborhood from the 12th, 11th century BCE that clearly shows enthralling Greek Aegean influences. Anybody can go look this up. All right, the data is out here. Why am I sharing that with you all now? Why am I sharing that? Because when they went looking for Israelites, when people like Israel Finkelstein and everybody went looking for Israelites, when the archaeology over there in Jerusalem, they go looking for Israelites, they keep finding Greek. They're finding Greek influences. And this goes back to the 12th century BCE, 11th, 12th century BCE. Now, when you look at the term judges, they did what? They controlled that entire area. But in the Bible, it tells you Yahweh. We got to guys go do some research on this, Eli. It tells you that Yahweh gave them domain over all that. Not true. It was in fact the African Egyptians of the 19th dynastic period that hired those Greek mercenaries to do what? Maintain that border over there. And why were they maintaining it? Because the encroaching Hittites and those Mesopotamian peoples that was trying to invade from where? The east. So do your research on it. So that's one tribe gone. And if you deal with one, you deal with all of them. Because I'm not going to get into the tribe of Gad and the tribe of Naphtali and really destroy that thing here. So, yeah. Woo. Man, I'm the best. So with that being said, thanks, brother. Neo X, my beloved sister, as always. I'm about to give you a call anyway and stuff like that. So,
right.
Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, again,
hey, good stuff, MVP. Good stuff.
This is the one and only MVP, Chris Harris, and I gotta play this because, like I said, to me, the brother. I mean,
is there no one else? Is there no one else?
I'm just saying. So,
hey,
with that being said, brother, we're gonna check you out. And I was gonna have you moderate this, but you just hit my captain in the mouth. I don't think he wants you moderating his discussion. So
come on, man. I'm a fair. It looks like Eli can hold his own down. I'll just moderate it and nothing more.
Information Cap gonna be like, man, nah. So I'm gonna have to end up doing it, but yeah, we'll figure it out. Neo, glad you came over to the channel, my sister. Definitely appreciate it. We still got to get our interview in, but go ahead and close out. Let the people know where you at.
Yeah. You know, it was a pleasure. I really appreciate you letting me on the show. But before I close, I just have a quick question for Elijah. Do you mind coming on to my show and let me interview you and let's chop it up over there?
Absolutely. I'm just getting started in this game. Well, I try to get some stuff, but between work and thing, but I'm learning a lot. I'm actually wondering how DMG is doing his sound effects over there. Like I want to build everything. So hey, yeah, I'm down with being on the channel. We just set it up. Yeah,
I just revamped my channel. And like I said, I decided to approach things with a more philosophy approach. I don't claim to know anything, and my job is not to convince anyone not to believe in stuff. I mean, I could critique things just like I wanted to get on Captain, but about what he said about the 1,000 years, like how they keep using that scripture that 1,000 years is a day for God or whatever. But every time I keep saying that, I'm like, well, if man was made on the 6th day, he waited 1,000 years to rest on the 7th day. You know what I'm saying? Like little stuff like that. When I be like, what they say don't really make sense sometimes. But anyway, but I would, like I said, I will critique. But my job is not really to convince them not to believe. I honestly believe people are gonna believe in whatever they were meant to, whatever's in their essence. And I want to know real quick, did you kind of understand my metaphor with the consciousness when I was trying to get the brother to admit to me, did he make a subconscious choice not to like coconut? Or did his brain? Did you kind of get?
I
got what you were saying. I
was trying to follow. Honestly, I don't know if I understood, but I am interested in you. Maybe break that down after we get off the live, or me and we're gonna talk anyway. Okay. But I was trying to follow it, and y'all probably see me when I do my live. I will listen to you. I am very, I try to be fair and listen, and so yeah, break that down to me when we get in the backdrop.
Okay, I will. I was just wondering if you understood a little bit though, because I'm still working. I'm not, I'm a truck driver. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a scholar. I don't have this much time to really explain stuff like the way Chris can break stuff down. I'm getting there, getting better at articulating myself. But I really love philosophy. Like that's my favorite go-to thing. And I would just want y'all to know there's a guy named Sam Harris. It's called Free Will. This is
I know Sam. I've heard of Sam. Good stuff.
You probably can't see that because of my screen, but the book is red and it's called Free Will. And I believe he's an agnostic, and he's one of the ones that don't believe in free will like I do. And I suggest you guys, take a look at it just to hear him out, hear what he say, because that's what I was playing on the consciousness thing with Dre or whatever when I was trying to get him to admit. Do he think he made these decisions, or is this who he is? You get what I'm saying? So, and I mean, I don't want to go there, like you said, because I want to close the show. But Sam is not an agnostic; he's an atheist. I don't know. You can double check me on that. From my understanding, I thought I saw an interview with him saying he was an agnostic, but there's no here there. At the end of the day, even as an atheist, you have an atheist saying that we don't have free will. You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't believe in a God, but he's saying that we don't have free will, that we are programmed to make the decisions that we make, right? But anyway, but it was nice talking to you. I really I told DMG, hey, I gotta talk to this guy. I seen him on another channel. I tried to find you on Facebook, I couldn't find you. But
oh man, we gonna hook up after this. We here now, so no excuse. We here.
Yeah. So with that being said, DMG, thank you. Just hit me up. Let me know when you want to do the interview with me. And also, I invited you to come on my channel because I definitely want you to tell your story about what happened with you and your wife. Chris, you always know you walk into my channel anytime you want to chop it up. You like my big bro, keeping me on the information. Chris gives me a lot of stuff to go study. So, but I enjoyed the show. Thanks, family. And I guess it's peace and love. So
peace, Neil. We're gonna talk.
But DMG, please give Elijah my number, please. And I'm from Daytona Beach. I heard you brought that up, Elijah. You said you was in. I was I'm from Daytona Beach, but I moved to Jacksonville.
So. I used to live there. Yeah. I moved here in 2013.
I think all of y'all in the same state.
Yeah, he's from Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I was only bringing that up because he said I heard him say Daytona Beach earlier.
So Chris, if it's all right with you, I'm gonna get a brother your info too. All y'all can link up.
Oh, Chris is in Tampa. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we all in Florida. That's weird.
Right. I'm up here in Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
So but yeah. All right, Elijah, it's on you, brother. Go ahead and close us out, man.
Hey, want to say thanks again. I would like Dre said, we were hooked up through him. I want to say respect to what you did, for Captain there, and him being called a fool and everything. Look, we all trying to converse and find some truth, but I like the fact that you have a platform where we can come in here, disagree, and at the end of the day, we can still go out, have something to eat together, and do some business together, make some money together, whatever we're gonna do together. So I just want to say, yes, y'all check out my YouTube channel. I tried to put it in the private chat, DMG. I'm still working on building that, but when I get on this StreamYard, it's gonna make it easier with me with my secular job, my job I do outside of this, and to be able to stream my videos to Facebook and YouTube at the same time. That's really why I don't have too many videos up there on my YouTube, but I am
What's
trying to build something. Say that again.
What's the name of your channel?
It's Public Enemy Preacher.
Okay.
Public Enemy Preacher, yeah, PEP, and just hope to get some more things up so we can do that. So, hey man, I'm gonna keep it short. Thanks for having me on, and just so people know, my focus is always usually Christianity because that's what I came up out of. So if you find me being quiet, I don't speak too much until somebody steps into my wheelhouse. When you step into my wheelhouse, then I will speak. Otherwise, I'm listening. I ain't gonna really, jump all over everything until you get in there. If you're a Hebrew Israelite, that's one thing. But when we start to talk about Christianity, that's when I have to speak up because I do claim to know that. I know that. So
Hey,
yeah, man.
You got hey, Elijah, you sound like you got a hater in here. Like, who's Lamech? Is it Lamech 7689? Can you see that, DMG?
No, that's Leandre. That's Leandre.
Oh,
That's
oh,
him.
okay.
It
Oh,
says, let
okay.
me
I
know
said, why is
that
he?
when is he going to sponsor?
Hey,
You know what?
Leandre, you said that I couldn't find 40 Greeks with the name Christ designates officials or generals. I got 40 of them.
Yeah, and then you know what? Once he said and went where he went, last time we was on together on the live, I just kind of dropped the whole Leandre thing, to be honest with you. So we can see about reading up, but really, quite frankly, I'm not really interested in dealing with Leandre until it ain't got to be public. But he gonna have to apologize to me. Leandre is really, it went there. Like I said, it really went there. So, hey, let's discuss it.
I just told him we gonna talk. I'm gonna see if I could hopefully get y'all, to back to a brotherly space where it's not, a situation like you was just describing. I hate to see that between brothers. So.
Okay, wait, right there, where he says Elisha has been avoiding me because I talked about him being 5'2". Bro, let me say something. I've been short all my life. That's not an issue for me. So it ain't have nothing to do with him being 5. It had to do with the disrespect of how he came off with it. Like it was a real, and he's doing it right now. Like, bro, I'm totally confident in who I am. I am who I am. But I don't know why that's such a focus for him. I don't know if y'all see that right now. Like that's just not my issue, dude. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
And I don't know if you can see, brother. I just put in the put the link to your channel in the chat.
Yeah, I see that. Thanks, appreciate that, bro.
Yeah. All right, but yeah, finish closing out, bro.
Yeah. So, but anyway, yeah, I'm open to if we sit down with Leandre or whatever, but I just don't give no energy to that right now. But I want to just say thanks for having me come on the show. I'm out here, and truth is my only religion, bro. If it's true, it is what it is. If it's not, I let it go. And thanks for the whole vibe, everything. MVP, thanks for going through that, what you just went through with Cap and all that, because I was thinking those same things. You told me to hold it for the next, but I'm gonna probably bring up some of the
I ain't
same
want you to get
information
too
that
much away.
MVP. Yeah, I'm gonna bring up some of that same information because MVP was right on point with it. It was right on point.
Yeah, so in case y'all missed it, because we've been on for almost 5 hours, but in case y'all missed it, Elijah and Cap 10K of ISUPK, who y'all well acquainted with, will be having a discussion on Genesis, and we'll get to the specifics once I get the brothers together. What I try to do is check and see what y'all schedule like, and get y'all do a conference call so we can hammer it down. And
and I'm doing my lives now. Right now, I'm doing them at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from Monday to Thursday. That's when I'm doing my lives right now.
Okay, and that's on Facebook, right?
Yeah, mostly on Facebook, but I'm gonna play around with StreamYard probably tomorrow. Me and Kali was talking about me doing the free version, and I'm gonna just play around with it starting tomorrow at 7. We'll see how that work out for me before I go to the paid version.
So y'all go over there and subscribe to the brother and support his channel. Check him out on Facebook Live as well. And the brother got some nice information. And you see he was graceful, had a nice conversation, and so we're gonna be having him on more. Peace to the Queen Neo X. Same to her. Go to her channel and subscribe. And like, share, and subscribe this channel. We're trying to push it to 1,000. I'm at like 560 something. I was at 6 something. They said like 70 of my subscribers was bots. I didn't even know what that was, and they had to break it down to me. YouTube actually accused me of buying subscribers. I was like, I didn't even know you could do that. So, but yeah, it was like, so I had bots as subscribers, but they got that cleaned up. So now I'm down to like 563. I'm trying to get up to 1,000 so I can start getting some checks like Chris Harris. But yeah, y'all like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Tell your friends to tell their friends and their enemies. And let's push this to at least 1,000 so I can get some little $5 checks from YouTube and get some money like MVP. But
you crazy, DMG. But I got a question because I still want to practice my debating. Can you contact Cube and ask him, can we do our debate here?
I will do that.
Ask him if he still wants to do it. If he wasn't capping like I think he was ever since the beginning, then can we do it here so I can practice? I need to get some practice on. So
okay.
That whatever he showed on Sinetta, that was easy work. Like I was like, damn, did my nephew put this together? Like my nephew 6, he could have had a better argument. So
and one more time, you can donate to the brother Elijah at $Soul of Haru on Cash App. $Soul of Haru. Cash App the brother, support him. Like he say, he trying to build his channel. That come with getting the mics, getting cameras, ring lights. He say he interested in the sound effects thing, so he might want to get a soundboard. If you like his information, donate to the brother. So, and then of course, don't forget to donate to me, $DMG the poet. Y'all know what it is, because I'm broke. So donate to the brother. I got to keep this head shaved. With that, family, been another powerful show with some powerful guests. And y'all tune in. We'll be Black at It. Paradigm Shift TV 314. Salute to everybody that came on. We out of here. That's peace.
Peace, family.
Rest in peace, Captain 10K.